looking up, looking for inspiration in all the wrong places. Chemical fascination, five-star generation. I don't mind, I don't mind, I don't mind, I don't mind. You know I sound
Mic check, checking 1, 2. How's everybody doing? Welcome to Spline Design Studios Saturday. Tweeted out, I guess, as far as what we'll be going over here today. Hope everybody's doing well. I know it's getting a little rainy here right now. Kind of a downer. I figure it's probably a good thing to be inside. Kind of a little bit nasty. So, I know I had mentioned, I guess, as far as possibly having some new information, new content to be able to apply based on what Torch had created for us for the Texas Motor Speedway build. Fortunately, some things came up or whatever that weren't able to get those done, but there's plenty of other things to be able to tackle, I guess, around the track. One of which, for most of you that might have caught the tweet, I was posting to Discord as far as a little bit, I guess, of what we'll be going over here. Just go ahead and bring it right on over. So, I've kind of shown this process before in the past as far as when you have a model and you look at the overall construct of it. And when you have such items like what we can see here with what we consider in the modeling industry as n-gons, you don't really want to have that. This is a bad thing as far as like in a lot of cases. And what happens when, in a lot of cases, what causes this is, in this case here's the way this model was exported out from the original model as far as the 3DO for that model anyway. 3D SimEd, the way it recompiles it, I guess, as far as to export that out as a 3DS, it has to split those normals, I guess, for the polys up in order to, in the process of doing that. So this is not always the best result, I guess, as far as when you do it in such a fashion like that. When you end up having to do this, because of that happening, you have to reconstruct that model to make the polys with less n-gons into it, if that makes sense. And I'm going to go through that process. This is going to be quite a bit of summary. I know, like I said, I've gone over this same type of process in the past with other models of my own, to where if you couldn't find the original scene or the original model from what you created, it all comes back down to how you actually created the model in the first place, and keeping it otherwise as simplistic as possible so that it can be recreated, so that when you have this type of situation, you'll be able to do that without too much of an issue. Granted, it does add a little bit extra time, I guess, to be able to create something that you already had created, but without having that original model, I guess, to be able to fall back on and make appropriate adjustments, then there you go. So this is kind of what I'm going to be covering here. We haven't been able to do a lot of modeling for Spline Design Studios Saturday. We've been focusing mostly on what we've been able to get from our good friend Torch, I guess, as far as what he's done on his end, and be able to plug that into our track build and go from there. So this is kind of a nice change of pace, I guess, as far as for the stream here on Spline Design Studios Saturday. So what I've got loaded here is the original model, is what you initially see here. And like I was pointing out, all these n-gons here, we have some flip normals and things like that. This is what we don't want to use, I guess, as far as a model in our new track build. It's best to get into the habit of creating the models with as few n-gons and fewer polys overall in general, I guess, as far as than to create such models in multiplicity all the way throughout the build and create de-optimization of the whole track because of that. It's best to do that. So it's not even really a matter of OCD or anything like that. It's just doing practicing better 3D modeling techniques, I guess, as far as to. So that's what we're going to go on with, like I said. So what I've got in here, I've started the process here. So I did the way I've gone about this is done a little bit of spline design. And so, where the Spline Design Studios name comes from. Did a little bit of spline modeling to start the recreation of this model. And just to kind of show how that's gone about here, we can hide this original model here and bring back what I started out here as a spline, just on this little section of the previous building. Now, as you've seen, as I presented in the other model, as far as all the n-gons that exist in here, with this new model, we won't have that. A lot less polys in here, so I do have some flip polys as of yet. I can always correct that. It's not too much of a big deal, and I can tell that because of the darker shading, I guess, of that. So what I'll probably want to do, just as I'm showing this here, I'm going to flip these. This is a brand new piece based on that original model. So we're kind of going to use that original model that we have exported out via 3D Sim in this case, and we're going to use that as a donor, basically, to recreate this model. So we'll have to reapply all the UV texture mapping and things like that to include the reflection map for the windows on the model. Alright, so let's go ahead and flip these. I do have it as a edible poly. It's still labeled as a line because that's what I started off with, was as a spline, just to kind of outline the bottom edge of the original model and then just kind of build it up from there. So whether or not I follow the same process or whatever throughout the entire build, that's the flexibility we have with that. So I'll probably go back and forth between you and spline modeling, as well as just building off edges of polys that already, formed and such. So it'll all make sense, I guess, as I move along here. Alright, let's flip these for now. Now, these are like rails, I guess they're on this portion of the building. This little Victory Lane Media Tower, or however you want to name it. So it will eventually need to have a duplicate of this fence here, so we have a two-sided type of railing. But for now, we're just going to have this here. Okay. Now we have all the polys flipped towards us here. Started off with that. So when I initially started off the spline here, created this initial outline of these edges here, it created a poly in here. I removed that because we won't need that. That will not be visible in the finished model. I've already taken the steps, I guess, as far as to already clean it up as I build it. Okay, so this should already be flipped this way. So this will be the floor of this area here. There'll be the railings, as I said, and then this is the side of the buildings. And okay, so let's bring back our donor model again. See what else we can do. So in this original model, got that. So at this point, what I'll do is I can do another spline model to, say, for example, create this bigger section here. So this is probably a good point to make too. If you don't have a model to go by like we do here, typically what you would go by at this point would you'd have to create a ground plane based on something in reality, for example. This is a real structure that exists on the Texas Motor Speedway facility. You would lay out that ground plane, scale it properly. This is based on just much the same way we've done with the majority of the track build, to make sure that that outline and how you would build the spline model of that outline based on that set image. But because we have this model to go by from a previous build, this is another approach, I guess, to take to it, as opposed to using a ground plane, as far as just a 2D ground plane based on a satellite image, if you will. So just to kind of make, again, just to add some clarity to that. So we got this piece here kind of overlaying, I guess, our original model. So you can see it's all snapped in the same orientation as that part there. So I'm going to go completely top down. And I'm going to do another spline model for this bigger section here, as far as these three sections here. And the way I can draw this out, much the same orientation, so I can go from point to point and create the points where I want them. That's what's kind of unique, I guess, about doing spline modeling. So if you have something, regardless if you have that ground plane, like I mentioned, as far as to be able to outline something, to start off with as a line, a spline, to build it up from the ground up, literally. Or if you have an original model, you can do it the same way. Alright, so let's go into here. We're going to select line. So right as we got this selected here, I'm going to start right here. And we can always adjust this. So if it ends up being, not 100% lined up right away, that's okay. So we'll be able to snap all those different verts based on our spline once we build that up to an edible poly. Alright, so we're just going to lay these out so you can see it's creating a spline. So I'm just following the outline of this original model. And it did lose, okay, so we should have one there. making sure it's still there. So I can just following the contour of this original model. All I'm doing. So we do know there's a another wing, I guess, to this here. That's a separate piece. That's lower. Got a different height to it. So I'm going to bring this down this way. And again, as I said, if it tends to be slightly off when you're doing this rough spline modeling, that's perfectly fine. We'll be able to adjust that afterwards. So we're going to close this up. Yes. Now we have our rough model for our the base of our donor model. We're going to click out of that. Now we're going to tip it back this way. So that should be already to 0. So you can see that spline of that outline for that original model is already created. Now what we'll be able to do is build up from that. So what I'll do to have access to that new spline that we created, we'll go ahead and hide this. Here's our spline. And then the approach that I take to this with spline modeling, so you can see we still got some gaps and stuff in here. We'll be able to correct that as we build this out here, so it's not a big issue. You can go ahead and create from here. What I usually like to do, this is just my approach to it, it's not 100% the best way or anything like that, but works best for me. Once I get this spline, this closed spline, I guess, created, I like to convert it to an editable poly and then just go from there. That way I have all the edges and things that I need to. If I want to build up from that and so on, that's what I have the option to do. That Torch coming on in, giving himself a shot, and 98 units. He almost got a full dose in the shot there. 100 units of fluids, if I haven't mentioned that before, is the maximum that you can get on the shot. You got nearly a whole shot there. It's just like coming in strong. Almost got that jackpot right off the bat there too. How we doing there, Torch? Okay, so yeah, as I was saying, with this spline now created, I guess, is based on that donor model. The approach I like to take is to go ahead and convert this to an editable poly. That'll fill it in like so. I leave this poly in here for now, so that I have all the properties, I guess, for edges, vertex, and anything I need to do as far as to build off of this. Okay, so from this, what I want to do is I'm going to grab all these edges that are on this that we created. Just highlight all the edges. And then I'm going to build that up, and I'm just going to shift drag these out, create new polys based on this initial spline model. That's now a editable poly. So I'm just going to pull this up like so. Right now I don't know what that height is, but I'm going to bring back that donor model to give it back there. So to be able to close up all these other gaps here, I'll be able to snap those as we go along. So a little bit at a time here. So let's go unhide the original donor model. Now we can see that height that we need here is going to go up to this height. So now what we can do is we can grab the vertices. Still got that piece highlighted. I'm going to go ahead and drag select all these top verts that are on here and just drag these up on the Z like so. Now we don't have a top to this yet. We'll be able to correct that. Now this is where it'll come useful to us if we want to take that bottom piece that we started with. We can use that because that's going to have that same shape. We can absolutely use that, I guess, to be so that might be a good reason, I guess, to maintain that bottom poly as we converted it from a spline model. Okay, so we're going to have another piece, I guess, to be able to create here. So we'll create another spline, I guess, for that. We can even use a box. This is just a simple shape. It's not as complex as what we just created here. So many different ways we can go about creating these different pieces here. Either just, you know, a simple shape or do the spline modeling. Lots of options. Okay, so what I want to do, let's see. I want to see what the best option would be for us to do that. I think what I am going to do, I'm going to hide some of this stuff here. So I'm going to hide this one here for a second. And I think this is the same approach that I used for this little wing piece that I just hid there. Because we got the two different models in the scene, we can snap all the different vertices for this new model that we're trying to create to the original. So by doing that. Let me see here. I think that should work for us pretty good. Go to vertex. Okay, now what I'm going to do is take this one. And it is really tough to even see because we've got the new model. You can see where that ends. We definitely saw a gap there, correct? So it's a little bit tough to see, but we'll be able to know that that line is relatively right here, so we should have an idea of where that should snap to. Alright, so we got to invert snaps. That should snap right to there. Now in order to get this in the same position, we're going to do the same thing. Snapping that to the original model. And what we're doing in the process of all this is creating a much more simplified, lower poly model than what we originally had. Okay. I think what I can do here is I can hide the donor model. Here to do this. And I'm going to bring back our new piece. That should already be where it needs to go, but I'm going to double check this. We'll bring back this one. This is all part of the newer model too, so we're going to be able to snap this one to that, just make sure it is snapped properly. I'm going to take that vert, snap it to that one. Now it's completely lined up with that. We already snapped this to the original donor model, so we know this is all nice and uniform now. And again, what this is doing as we move along with this is it's creating less N-gons and less polys. We've got some flipped polys in here that's easily correctable. And I can do these one by one or just all at once. Let's turn our vert snaps on here for a second. Yeah, let's do this. We'll select all these polys like so. They are all flipped the wrong way. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and select all those like that and flip it. Now they're all flipped outward, so they're facing towards us here as we go all the way around this. And I can tell that by the way the polys are highlighted. The darker shading on the polys means that's the back side basically. So we're going to maintain that here. So once we get this all in the shape that we need it, we'll be able to detach this piece and use that as our roof basically for this new building, this new model. So nothing to waste. Alright, so let's bring back our donor model again. And we'll correct the other end of this new model. Okay, so we'll do the same thing pretty much as we did on the other side with the wing here. Okay. So we can take our new model and snap that. Whoops, I don't need to. Helps when you turn the vert snap on, I suppose. There we go. Just snapping that to the original donor model. Okay, so that should be there. Let's snap into that corner. Cool. And see that, like I was mentioning, as far as this really comes down to how you created the original model in the first place. If it's been done in a much cleaner fashion, which it pretty much has been. The only thing that we lost integrity to it was being exporting it out that 3DO, I guess, as far as via 3D Simid, where it cut up all the polys. And I'll be mentioning that quite a bit because there's a pretty good reason as to why we're doing it in this fashion as opposed to just using that model that we export from 3D Simid. You don't want to do that. You get in the habit of doing that. Anything in multiplicity that has all those unnecessary polys, as far as the cut up polys in the form of N-gons, is going to create the optimization of the whole track, as far as from the modeling standpoint. Just keeping in mind that the track itself, as we've been building this Texas Motor Speedway track, even the track itself, as far as the track geometry, has polygons in it. And so there's already a multitude of those, as we've seen, based on DAE, and using those types of models, I guess, as far as to create different pieces to conform to that geometry. So the track itself already has that, so you have to be able to compensate by creating your models, I guess, with less n-gons and polys and so on with them. And that's why we're doing this. It's the only reason why we are doing it that way. We're doing ourselves an injustice if we don't follow this procedure. So what I'll do for, now that we got the height for these corners here that it's snapped to there, we can basically bring the Z down. Actually, we should be able to follow the same process that we did for, yeah, now that I think of that. We should be able to grab these vertices on the new model, and it should snap right where we need to go. So, yeah, I think that'll work out better. Yes, I think that'll work out just dandy. Alright, so there should be another vert down here. Yep, here we go. Okay, so that's snapping there, cool. So all I'm doing right there, and I know it might be kind of hard to tell because there's a little bit of clipping between the donor model and our new model. That's snapping to the vertice that's already in that donor model. So we're taking the vertice of our new model and snapping it to the donor model. I think that is not quite right because I can already see that's out of skew. Alright, hold on a second. You have this in an orthographic, cool. I don't think it snapped it. Looks like it needs to go right there, actually. There we go. That's much better. Not sure what that was snapping to be honest there, but that's definitely in the right spot now. Alright, so we'll go all the way around to all of these and just basically conform our new model to this donor model. We can kind of pull this out to kind of see where that's at. There we go. So let's snap to that original model. We already did this corner, so that's good there. So we'll do the back side of this thing. Snap that one there. This one you can really see, I guess, as far as how far off it is so far. Okay, snapping it. Go. Relatively easy process. It's not incredibly. It just, the fact that you would need to follow this process, I guess, as far as now this is keeping in mind that, you know, if you don't have the original model, this is what you would need to do, I guess, as far as especially if you need to make adjustments to it, as opposed to just using that exported model from 3D Sim with all the cut up polys. So what I'm doing at this point is just creating the model in the original configuration, basically trying to recreate that original model. Then we'll be able to adjust it from there, so that we can get it to the conformity. And as I showed last week, we needed to add about a foot to the height of the actual structure, and that's all we'll need to do. But to get there, we'll need to recreate this model in its entirety. Regardless of whether or not we go ahead and texture, UV texture map it right away or not, as long as we have that model to work with to be able to adjust that to where we need it. Again, this is why we want to take this approach to it. Alright, so we got that all done. Now we need to make this other wing here. Now, yeah, I think I'm going to do another spline model, just like that, so I'll be able to show how I was able to create this wing here for this side by creating this side. So far we're pretty good shape. We'll need to create this, and like I said, we can do this as another spline model for this piece, or just create a simple box to be able to add on, to scab on, I guess, to the back side of this. Or we can take, the edges and actually bring those and build them polys out based on just dragging out the edge. A couple different ways, I guess, to go about that. Really no wrong way in that regard. Alright, so let's go back to top down. I want to create this little wing here based on a spline. Much the same fashion that I did for this section here that I just completed. So, go over here, go to the line. I'm just going to roughly draw this out. And if it is a little bit out of shape, that's perfectly fine because we'll be able to adjust it. Just want to get that initial shape there. Alright, so now what I'll do is hide the donor model. Go ahead and that. Select that donor model, hide it. So now we've got our new spline model. Okay, so from here I'll go ahead and convert it to editable poly. And then I can go like this. Grab all these edges. Like so, and then we're just going to grab this by shift, selecting all those, shift drag all these up here like so. Now, we can go by the height of this one here if we so choose, or we can go by just the donor model to get that proper height. Either way, I think I'm gonna go by this here. So we got on this piece, check the Z on this vertex right here, which is that. So on this model, this piece here, our newly spline model piece here, we'll select all these top verts, put that at the same level as this wing. By just pasting that in here. So now that should be the same level as this side. Granted, I still don't have the railing piece onto it yet. Get to that point. Now, again, I can go just by the original donor model, or I can go ahead and just snap the verts, I guess, to what we got here. So we already know this is set where it needs to be based on that donor model. So what I'll do is just take and vertex snap, go right here. Now to get this where I need it to be, I'll probably need to readjust. Now that look at that, I'll probably need to readjust the height of this once I snap this into place. For this, I'll need to do an edge snap. I don't have a vertex here, I guess, to be able to snap to. This is also where it comes into play. If you want to bring that donor model back, you can just snap it back to that original model there and have it set. So a couple different ways you can go about it. I'm just going to put it on angle snaps, edge snaps, and then I'll adjust the vertices of all these, I guess, as appropriate. I'll probably need to bring that original donor model back in anyway. So snap that to that. Switch it back over to vert snap. There we go. And again, I'm going to keep this piece, so once I get all this into the proper conformity, I'll be able to detach that and use that as the floor for this side. And then we'll add the railing and all that stuff. Okay, so let me bring back the donor model here real quick, because I don't think these are in the right spot as far as these outside verts. I know the height is all jacked up on this one for sure because of the way I snapped that, but that's neither here nor there. So let's go ahead and bring back the donor model. Okay, so you can definitely see where we're off in this part. So as I was saying, snap that there, snap that there. There, I know that height is off. We'll get that here in a second. This corner. Make sure that's in the right spot. Yep, should be right there. Got that contoured properly. Now I know. Now again, now that I've got that in here, I can go a couple different ways. I can just go ahead and adjust the height of that, or just go ahead and snap it like that. That way I know it's at the right spot. Save myself the headache. This one's over here. Snap that there. Now, I'm going to go around over this and make sure all these are at the same Z. This one's at 4156, 156, and Oop, this one's off. That one is off. Okay, so go ahead and vert snap that. There we go. Now it's at 41.56. It's all the same height. Good deal. So let's rehide the donor model. This is what we got so far. Now that we've got it in the proper shape we need it to be, we can detach this, what we start off with there, our base spline model, and convert it to a poly. Select that by poly. Attach it. Okay. And then we'll use that as our floor for this side here. Let's go ahead and center it. Now we'll just bring it up. As a separate piece here. And then to get it snapped to the top edges of that, I'll just reapply the vert snap. Select verts. And just snap it into place. This is going to create our floor for this part of the wing. Now the only thing we got left is to create that railing. So from that, we can select the edges of this and or this bottom part of it. We'll just go by the floor. Go to edge, select all these edges. We only need it on the 3 sides here. And we'll go ahead and drag, select that up. Oh, I still got the first snaps on, so that's why it's kind of buggy. So let's turn that off. There we go. Now we need to get that height for that. Again, you can go by the donor model or just go on this side, what we already created over on this side. Hi, Yasso, how we doing? Hey, we got some friends in here. Hey, guess what? We don't appreciate that type of... We don't appreciate that in here. I don't know what it is. I know, Mr. Cool Kid, you had been in here yesterday, too. So, it's either you play nice in here, or I don't want to have to ban you. Let's play nice, and if we can play nice, then yeah, I don't have that. Yeah, so I've not had any reason to have to do that, and I hope I don't need to. I know I had asked for some response, I guess, as far as when you were in the stream yesterday during Farming Friday. So as long as we can play nice, then we can all get along. But I'm sure you did. And I'm just making sure that again, there's certain things that aren't allowed in the chat here, I guess, during the stream. So as long as we can agree to that, then it won't be a problem. Just a fair warning. Alright, so what I want to do is get the height of these rails over on this side here. Yeah, there's definitely some rules in the channel itself, but as far as having a command in there, I guess I have failed. I guess I've never had any reason to have to do that for so far. Okay. Yeah, so I need the Z on these verts here, which happens to be this value. Yeah, so playing some slots. Yeah, you all coming pretty darn close to getting the jackpot there. Only missing it by 1 emote. Okay, so I'm going to apply that value that is copied over from this side over to this side. And this is all a separate piece so far. And I might leave it that way too. It'll make it easier, I guess, as far as being able to texture or to UV unwrap the texture to that. That's something else I can take into consideration. So I'm going to grab all these verts here. And then we're going to go ahead and paste that to there. So now we got that rail on this side the same height as that side. Now the only thing I haven't done is taken this bottom piece here, detach that, and then it'll create our roof for this 3-section piece here. another thing we gotta do. So let's go back to this piece. We're already about halfway there as far as this this part of the building anyway. Let's redeem that. Redeem that anyway. Whoops, I forgot that's the Spline Design Studios. I forgot I had that up there too. I don't know if we're gonna have a problem in here maybe. Just keeping an eye on that. Yep, body's still kind of grumpy a little bit today, but alright, I'm going to be paying close attention here. I don't know if I'm going to have to play babysitter, I guess, in the stream here. So it's like, as long as we can get along and everybody plays nice and
get ready to
with all the tools that we got here, I'll leave them up there. Okay, inner voices, I can already tell. Alright, you're gone. This is exactly, I'm going to have to play babysitter, it looks like. If we can't play nice with the toys that we got available, I guess, on the stream there, then I'm not going to put up with it. That's how that works. If you want to be that way, that's what's going to happen. You go bye-bye. Okay? I'm just another fair warning. Homie doesn't play that around here. I put those out there, I guess, for everybody's enjoyment, as far as entertainment, you know, to have something, to, you know, to just kind of have a little fun with. And if you're going to abuse it, that's what's going to happen. Just that simple. You're going bye-bye. Alright, so getting back to what we were doing here. Okay, where were we? So we were trying to detach this piece here on the bottom as a roof. So now that we got it conformed to the shape that we need it, we can easily do that. Alright, let's see. Hopefully you can keep that nonsense, I guess, to a minimum here in the streams here. It usually is a pretty chillax type of stream here, and that's the only way I want to keep it. So if we got those out there I want to come in here and just cause trouble, I got something for you. Alright, so let's go ahead and detach this piece. Let's see, detach. An object there, and we'll go ahead and select this piece. Let's go to that. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and select that. We're going to affect pivot center it. Now that that's centered, we'll be able to pull this up and do much the same thing we did for the floor for the wing pieces. Okay, so now what I can do is I can just snap those vertices, I guess, to the rest of the way up there. That'll be the easiest approach. Do vert snap. Next thing I'm going to double check to make sure is that all these polys are flipped the proper way, so they're not flipped the wrong way. Okay, so there we go. So it's pretty much done right here. So let's go ahead and check the orientation of these polys. All these different pieces here. So these should be, that's a detached piece, that's right. Some of this will end up collapsing back together, so we won't need to keep those segregated. Yeah, so these are all flipped the proper way so far. Let's see what we got here. So these are not flipped the right way. You can tell by the way that poly is shaded. And that was based on that original spline model that we created. So we're going to flip that one. Flip that one. And flip that one. Now we don't have that bottom piece in here. Now if we really wanted to get technical, I guess with the way this is here, we could definitely bring this side up. We could detach this side, which I might end up doing actually, now that I mentioned this. So what I want to do, since we don't need any poly on this part of the wing here, we only need it from the floor up, as far as this, from the roof line of this to the floor of that. I'll detach this side and be able to bring that up there so that it's going to remove any unnecessary polys. It'll also make it easier to texture that and keep it all lined up, I guess, with the rest of the model. These are things to keep in mind, I guess, as far as you build the model. If you have unnecessary polys, as far as polys are going to be hidden by other polys and are totally non-visible, you want to take care of those. Let's make sure this piece here, out of that, to make sure these are all flipped proper direction. So we got this one, these are not, so we'll go ahead and flip these as well. You know, kind of the other thing I was wondering, you know, the fact that, kind of oversight on my part as far as the fact that it is the Labor Day weekend. Has there anybody got anything planned, I guess, for the holiday? Feel free to share if you so care to choose to. I know for me, I'm just gonna be chillaxing. I don't have anything serious, you know, that just taking a break this weekend here as far as just have some fun. Getting caught up on some things like this. Yeah, pretty much the same thing. Just gonna be taking it easy. I know they do call it Labor Day, but it's like, you know, that as the term, you know, kind of suggests there, it's like you know, you have to do work. It's like, I don't really want to. I'll probably be playing some games or something. And the Torch has no plans either. Yeah, that's probably fair. I mean, there's plenty of people I do know that are, you know, kind of going out there and doing some things, and that's it's perfectly fine as well. I just curious is all. All right, so as I was saying, what I'm going to do is detach this side like so. Get that as another object. Select that, we'll center it. And then what I want to do is actually take this and snap that to that floor level. So there's a couple ways I can do that. I can go ahead and vert snap that up, or I can just take that level, which I think was a 4.156 if I remember properly. So just a couple ways I can go about it anyway. I don't blame you. I don't blame you, yeah, so. Alright, so we need this value, so 4.156. I'm going to copy that value. And I'm going to use that. Put this piece here that I just detached and bring it to that level. I'll do that on the other end of this structure as well. So we'll do that. Paste it. That. So now we got that. So now that's all. Wait a minute. Do I got two sides to that? Hold on a second. Shouldn't be. Let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, so that's snapped to there. That's good. What's going on with this here, though? Oh, okay. So that's for the this wing piece. Gotcha. So we'll be able to take this poly out. For that wing piece, we don't need that. Cool, so now we got that all cut out there. That's going to be all hollow underneath here because none of those polys are going to be visible. What we need, so now we've got this side of the wall on this thing here to that level. We'll be able to map that much more precisely. Yeah, That'll work. Yep. Someone need to do that to the other side. Definitely want to get rid of these polys, like I said, as far as that are not going to be visible. There's no sense in keeping polys that are not going to be visible. Double check. This looks like it's not snapped properly. Let's see what we got here. Might need to pull this in here a little bit. Let me see here. Yep, snap that. I think it was kind of sticking out there, and I think it probably was a little bit, so I'm going to go ahead and fix that. It's still sticking out there. It may be just because of the way it's selecting that edge. Actually fine, yeah. Yep. I think it's good. I'm going to double check it, though. There we go. Then we're going to do that to the other side. That out for a second. We're getting there, slowly but surely. Kind of gives you somewhat of an idea of how quickly you can do this, especially with a relatively simple model as this one. Alright, so let's do the same thing on this side. Select this poly. See how it goes all the way down. Now we obviously have a part of a poly, so it must be work the same way as the other side, more or less. So we'll go ahead and detach. That is a separate object. Select that object, we'll go ahead and pivot center. And go to vertice. Now we already know what that value is, and I still have that copied as far as that value for the height of that, so I'm going to go ahead and just do this. And paste that value in. There we go. So this side I must have already removed that. I did this one previously before I started streaming just to... So that's already been removed, so that's all hollow in here now. On the underside of it. That's what we want. Just like that. Beautiful. Alright, so... moving right along. What else we got? Let's bring our donor model back and see what else we got here. I don't know if it's just me, it seems like this particular... soundbite is a little loud. I'm gonna turn it down just a tad. Alright, let's bring back our donor model. And see what we can work on next. So we do need to put this box piece on here, and like I said, you can do it a couple different ways at this point. I think the way I'm gonna go about it is just to drag out a poly from an edge and just build it that way. Yep, I think that's the way I'm going to do it. So we're going to build this piece right here. So I'll probably grab the two edges, bring the two sides out, and then I'll build a poly off from that as appropriate. So let's go like this. Grab the donor model, hide that. So right from this piece, we'll go to this edge, grab this edge, and this edge. And we'll pull out polys. Oops. They're going to be difficult. Might have to do them one at a time. Yep, let's try it one at a time. Maybe? Oh, wrong button. Okay, that's not looking to let me do that. Okay, so... you want to be difficult, do you? Let's see if I can do it from the top edge. There we go. So we can build it off this way as well. Let's bring that out like so. Yeah, so part of the reason why it's probably not letting me pull it from here is there's several vertices. So all depending on how many vertices are involved when you try to drag out, I guess, from an edge. What it'll usually require to do that is as far as just attach the piece all together. So I could probably try and do that. Now that I said that, so we'll grab this poly, detach it. Okay, now we got that as a separate piece. There's actually a couple different ways we can go about this now. So let's try it this way. So we'll do effect pivot center. And then from here, I'll go ahead and pull it out a little bit. Now from here, I can build off these edges and snap that all into here so we can build that piece that way. and then we can adjust it based on the donor model. I think that's the way I'll do it. The other way we could go about is just to detach it, and then we could grab these edges on this detached piece and pull those out while it's still in the original position there. So like, for example, we can grab this edge and this edge, and we should now be able to drag that out like this. So that's what usually what'll happen. Sometimes it'll require, I guess, as far as to detach the piece that you want to extend out the edge. And it really just comes down to how many vertices are involved with what you're trying to extract out, I guess, as a poly. So that's another way you can go about it. While I got these edges selected here, I'm going to pull these out in this direction. We're going to go back towards our structure, and then just vert snap these back to our original piece that we detached that from. This vertex. Whoops, I'm interrupting. That's not what I want to do. Vertex this way. Whatever it snaps on. Snap those to that. And then we'll be able to adjust it based on the donor model. Okay, now we'll bring back our donor model so we can actually see how far does that actually come out. Need to be adjusted. Bring back the donor model. Now we know how much we need to bring it out. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just take the vertices off of this and snap them out to the donor model. There we go. That's one approach. Another approach you can do, like I mentioned before, is you can just create a simple box, offset, I guess, to this building. Take off the polys that you don't need, I guess, as far as where it attaches here, and then just snap what's left of that box that you create to that. I mean, it's a relatively simple shape. You could totally do it that way as well. Nothing wrong with doing it that way either. Alright, so let's hide our donor model. Now we got what we need here. Now we need to add a roof to this piece. And I'm going to do that based on this edge. We'll grab this edge, pull that out, and then just snap those verts over to the opposite end. Oop, not an angle snap. There we go. So there's that piece done. Moving pants. Not looking too bad so far. It looks like a very simple shape right now, but once the texture gets on there, will look much like the original model, and that's what we're shooting for. That is all what we're shooting for. Alright. Okay. Just taking a once over on that. So let's bring back our donor model. There's plenty of pieces here that I probably want to collapse at one point. I think what I am going to do, like I mentioned, as far as to keep this separate on the wings here, so I can texture those independently. I'll keep this separate, but I'll probably attach such things as like the roof. In fact, I can probably do that right now as I speak. Let's take this piece and this piece. We'll collapse those together. Collapse selected. Go, and then we'll go ahead and recenter that. There, so just to get rid of some of these individual pieces that we have. I could probably go ahead and attach this to the main piece here as well. Yeah, I think I'll do this. Yeah. We'll take this and this, and let's go ahead and collapse those together as well. At this point, it's pretty. Center that. There. That'll eliminate some of the individual pieces that we got. So we should have. Okay, we got the roof piece. And all that we have in here. So I think we still got 2 independent pieces for. Let's see what I got in here. Let's go to my list. so there's that. This one is that whole wing. What all we got in here? That's the railing for that. I'll keep that separate. It may not be too bad to do that, because I can, as long as I've got it in this conformity here, I'll be able to texture those polys separate. That's kind of what I want. I'm going to be able to put a railing texture, I guess, to that separately. So even if I do attach that, I won't. And this is what you want to think about, I guess, as far as what pieces will still need to be attached. I don't think that's going to be an issue. So that is that side. We can definitely go ahead and attach that and this, yep, to the main body here. We're going to take all of those pieces, yep, and collapse those together. Go to collapse, selected. Pivot, center that. Now we're just eliminating some of the individual pieces here is all. So now we've got object 3, object 1. That's the railing there. I can probably attach that, no problem. So this one here, I've got this all is one piece here. I'll probably do the same thing over here. So I'll take this. This has got line 1, so we'll take this and this. Go ahead and collapse those together. Even at this point, as you collapse these things, you could take the initiative and go ahead and reset the X form on this if you so choose to as well. Definitely want to make sure you do that, I guess, prior to exporting it out to pass file to create the 3DO for the model. What we're going to do. So now we got in our list here is just line 1, the other wing is line 3, and then our main body is object 3. There we go. And even, you know, as I said, I could probably even go, so I'm going to keep these two wings separate just for now, just to kind of, and then once I get it textured, I'll probably go ahead and collapse those onto the main body. This is, let's reconvert this back to an editable poly. So anytime you do collapse, it's automatically going to turn it back to an editable mesh. That's normal. Just going to go back to an editable poly in case I need to do anything with it. Same with this piece. There we go. Now we're to this point. Okay, bring back to donor model. Okay. Alright, what do we got next here? So we got majority of this main building here done. I think the next thing we'll work on is this billboard that they have here. And it is two-sided. It does have a back face as far as there is some... There's also a little piece here, I guess, to hold this hanging plaque sorts there. So at first what I'll do is just create this. And I think I'm going to do that in the form of a spline as well. Kind of hold with that whole idea with spline designing. You can also do this with just by creating simple planes and get it stood up, I guess, as far as so it's upright. I'll do the plane option there. A couple different ways to go about it, but I think I'll use the plane option here. So let's do this. Go top down. We'll go to create plane, and then we've got it in 3 sections here, so we can actually adjust that. Based on this, for example, we need width segs, so we need 3 of them at least. We'll do 3, and then put this one to 1. So what that should do is, yep, that's exactly what I wanted. So I got the 3 panels like that. Okay, so that's good for that way. Now from here, what we can do is flip that 90 degrees so it's standing up. Before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and snap this pivot anywhere along that edge, this bottom edge, so I can bring it upright. So go ahead, back pivot, over, let's do edge snap. Turn off the snap, snap it right to that. It doesn't matter, anywhere on this edge will work. We just want to be able to flip it 90 degrees up. So once we put it on that edge, we'll be able to go to angle snap, Go into here, and then just rotate this up 90 degrees. There we go. So we might be backwards, so we'll have to check that to make sure we're not facing the wrong way. I'm going to convert this to an editable poly at this point. Go. And then let's see which way these polys are facing. Yeah, see, these are facing the wrong way. For now, we want them to face this way. So we're going to take all of these and flip those that way. Okay, that's for starters at least anyway. Now we want to get this thing sized up to what we have here based on our donor model. Okay, so let's move this way. I think at this point here I can go ahead and center this since we already got it flipped 90 degrees up. Fine, so center that. Deal. Now, let's see. Yeah, we'll follow the same approach that we did with what we've been doing here, as far as just take it and snap all these verts to this model. Helps if I turn on the vert snap, you dummy. Gotta turn it on in order for it to work properly. Snap it to that. Alright, so those are, where's the ones over here? Hiding back here. So if you had a lot more complex model, this might not be the best approach to doing this, but because it is a relatively simple, pretty simple model, works out pretty good. So this is going to create the one side of this billboard, at least for now. Once we get it sized up here, we'll be able to take this, make a clone of it, and flip it so that it has a backside. Okay. So we'll let's go ahead and hide the donor model again. Whoops. Select the donor model. Yep, hide that again. Now that we've got our billboard piece, alright, we got it the shape that we needed, the conformity that we needed, so now we can take that and make a clone of it. You can also use the Control V if you want to do that as well. I just like to go show it the long way. Do a copy of that. Okay. And then what we want to do is select those polys on this duplicated or copied plane. Like that, and flip them so they're back. Flip the other way. So now we'll have two opposing faces to that billboard. Yep. So I just gotta select that. So we're still on plane 2, so we've got a backside. Oops, I went back to plane 1, my bad. Go back to plane 2. You can see we have polys facing towards the building on that piece. We might want to add some thickness to this here too. Might do us some good, I guess, to be able to do that, so that it's just not, and that'll eliminate any potential clipping. Granted, we didn't really have any issue with clipping in the first place, but I think if I add just a little bit of thickness, I guess, to the outside edges of this, I think it'll help in the long run. And again, it's keeping in mind, if you don't have to. I guess that's what the point I want to make. But I think in the effort, I guess, as far as to eliminating potential clipping between the backside and the side that'll have all the signage on it, I'm just going to add a little bit of thickness to it. I won't add that many more polys to it. But that's something that I think of, I guess, as far as when I do that. I think for now I'll just leave it the way it is. Kind of talk myself out of it. Because the original model we didn't seem to have a problem with it. But if you do experience, I guess, having that problem, just like we witnessed with the video screen that we've done previous streams, you can take that approach to it. I think for now, what I can do on this is collapse these two together. So I'll take plane 1 and plane 2. Alright, and then we'll go ahead and collapse those two together. Okay, and then we'll make sure effective pivot, center that, there we go. Now we got that done. Pretty simple on that one. Alright, bring back the donor model. Next item up for bids. So we got this little piece here, we could probably... I got a couple ideas for that. We could probably build a poly off this edge here for that new billboard that we created there, and then we can just shape it accordingly. Or we can just create a new piece, you know, based on a plane. If, you know, again, a couple of different ways you can go about it. I think the way I'm going to be going about this is just go ahead and grab this. Yeah, let me hide this model here for a second. I got an idea of what I need to do. So I am going to grab... I may need to detach this. We'll have to see. See how this works out here. So we need to convert this to an edible poly. And then I'm going to grab this edge. See if I can pull this out. Yep. And then I'll be able to shape that based on the donor model. Now from here I will have to detach this piece so that I can actually adjust the vertices separately from. Otherwise, if I try to grab this vertex to change the width of it, it's going to look that way. We don't want that. So I will take this poly and attach that object. There we go. And then we'll make sure that's centered to it. Put it center. Now we can work with this piece by itself. By going like this, we can grab, say, this vert, and we can shape it as we need to. So let's go ahead and bring back their donor model so we can shape this piece into that. Side. Now we can shape that piece. Okay, so grab this vert. So I think at this point what I should be able to do is just put this on vert snap. This will work out better. Snap that to there. We're getting a lot of clipping, and that's because we're getting it exactly in the same position as the original model, and that's kind of what we want. What the heck happened here? Let's see. Got a little carried away with that one there. There we go. That vert. Give me that vert. Come on, there you go. Put that one to here. Cool, so there's that piece. Same shape as the original. Now we want to create this plane, and I think I'll do much the same thing as I did as the other billboard. Let's see, I detach that. Hide the donor model. Okay. Did I detach this piece? I don't think I did. No, I do have. Now, what it's selecting is because they're both close together. It's showing the back face to it. So if I want to get that other piece, this is why I was mentioning too. I guess as far as to be able to texture that properly, this is going to cause an issue because if you want to be able to select the part that has all the advertisements, whatever, we're not going to be able to do that. So I'll probably end up having to redetach that. In fact, I'll go ahead and do that. So this is somewhat the problem that I was mentioning as far as if you add a little bit of thickness to that, it'll be a little bit easier to select the polys that you need to be able to texture it. Yeah, that's what it's doing right now is it's only getting those back faces. It's not letting me see it. There it did. See, that's a little bit difficult. See, it's not perfect science. I guess we can probably leave it that way. I think we just have to select, double select it there until we get that proper poly that we want to be able to texture. We'll leave it like that for now. Let's see if it causes us a problem. I guess once we go to UV unwrap it, then we'll go ahead and detach it. But some things to think about, I guess, as far as once you. All right, we want to create that little plaque that goes on this little bracket here. So is it flipped the right way? That's the other thing I wanted to check here. Yep. So that's fine there. We don't need to have really any poly on the bottom side. Not really going to see that. All that much, so it's not really necessary, I guess, to have a poly on the bottom side of this bracket. And once you put the sign on there, it's not really going to be visible. So you're still going to have this. The poly you're going to see the most is this top piece, so that's probably fair. Cool. Yeah, so the approach I'll take here to make that piece there, I'm gonna go create another plane, and then this we can just leave it. We don't have any we don't need any additional segments or whatever to it, so we can just do one on both into both directions. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and drag this out like this, and we'll be able to size it up appropriately. We'll convert that to an endable poly. So again, I want to pivot only and snap to this edge. This is the approach I like to take to it. I'm not by any means saying that this is the way, absolute way that you have to do it. It just makes sense to me. Whoops, I still had it on effect pivot. And turn that off. So I've got angle snaps on, and I'm just going to rotate this 90 degrees this way. Okay. Good deal. Now we can this thing sized up where we need it to be. And I can probably leave that right where it is, or I can just center it. Either way, it'll work for us. Okay. I'll get this roughly into position. Then I'll bring back our donor model, and we'll size it up to the donor model. Unhide that, go to the donor model. And yeah, made it way bigger than I needed to, but that's perfectly fine. Okay, so let's do vert snap. Let's see. Snap. We're gonna go. Oh, I don't have anything selected, you dummy. So I got the snaps on, but I don't have... You gotta tell it what you want to snap. That always helps. Alright. Good to go. I'm gonna snap it there. Silly. Alright. Bottom side. Oh yeah, right there. Definitely made it way bigger than I needed to. So yeah, the fact that I've seen the clipping like I do there, I know I'm getting it right on the same coordinate as the original. That's not a bad thing to have that clipping like that. Alright. In this case anyway. Alright, so that's where it needs to be. Do we have it? Let's go ahead and hide the donor model again. Alright, is the poly flipped the proper direction? No. Now, same thing with the bracket. We're not really going to see much of the back side of this at all. There's really no sense of having a back face to it. I mean, you could, but again, in an effort, I guess, to keep the amount of polys to the model, I guess, to a minimum, you can make a judgment call, I guess, as far as to say, yeah, I don't really need that poly on the back side of that. I don't know if the original model did, but I'm going to take the approach as far as just eliminating as many unnecessary polys as possible, since we're going through this whole process here. So let's flip this poly so it faces this way on the Y. There we go. So now when we texture that, it's going to have that facing out that way. So yeah, I'm not going to back face this at all. So it's going to be empty on this side, and you won't really be able to see that. Like I said, the one that has going to the side of the poly that's going to have more priority to it, as far as more necessity, is going to be this side. Judgment call on that one, like I said. Okay, we're getting there. It's gonna be really fun, I guess, to be able to texture this again. We've already got the textures already made. I got this in queue here, so we're going to use the original texture, even though it does have the. We might need to get retextured, I guess, as far as the signage that was on her. We're going to use the same aspects to it, just as it was originally. Yep, so this was the front side of those wings. This was the remaining sides of the wing. It's the way Racer James had laid this texture out here. I kind of like the way this texture's done. It's very optimal, and also includes a alpha channel, I guess, into it as far as the fencing. We're going to get to the fencing, adding the fencing to this thing here in just a second. Alright, so with that all done, let's see what we can collapse together now. Got that, and this. Alright, let's go ahead and take all these pieces here and we're going to collapse those together. Just to kind of eliminate some of the clutter it is in our items list so far. We'll go collapse, selected. And effect pivot, center that. Keep everything centered up. So that's all one piece now. And I'll keep that separate much the same way as these wings. Just in an effort, I guess, the way I think ahead as far as like being able to texture everything, I can do these all independently, and once I get it textured and it's looking the way I want it, I can go ahead and collapse that all. Okay, so what do we got next? I think what we got next is probably the fencing that's around this area. We'll bring back the donor model. See what we got going on with that. Yep, that's pretty much it. Just all these fencing area here. The only thing we didn't do, and when I think of doing the fencing here, we didn't do the back side of the railing that's on these part of the wings. We'll get to that once we get the fencing. Just those little finer details like that as well. So I'm kind of thinking about doing a spline model for this. When I think of this, but I can also just do, definitely just use planes. I can start off with one plane and just build off those planes. That's another approach I can take to it. Yeah, we'll stick with the plane. Yeah, we'll do the simple planes, that's fine. That seems to work pretty well. So let's go create plane. Standard primitives, go to plane. Whoops, my bad. And we'll keep the length and width settings to 1. So we'll keep it relatively simple. Drag this out like so. Convert it to an editable poly. Okay, then we're going to affect the pivot only. We're going to edge snap this right to there, anywhere to that point. Turn that off, then we're going to angle snap this 90 degrees. Like so. Oh, you got nothing on that one. Oops. You slipped, yeah, so. Little slip there. That happens sometimes. See, that's what happens when you get too much fluids running through your... That'll happen. Okay, so I got this, let's see if I got this poly in the proper direction. Yep, so that's the way I want it for now. Now we need to size it up to our donor model. Yep, so let's go ahead, vertex, and we're going to do vert snap right to that. And again, if I haven't said this enough, the reason we're doing this is we're eliminating, so now we got no n-gons in this thing. All it is just one smooth poly as opposed to the n-gons on both sides in this case for, especially like on this fencing here. So we're going to reduce the number of polys in it twofold at minimum. So with that done, we should be able to take, and it's in the direction that I want it to go. I'm going to grab this edge of this and just build off of that. Create this shape over this way. We'll go like this. Go back into vert snap. That there. Go, and then we can build off that edge. And bring that one out. We're going to turn off this here so that doesn't get wonky on us. Snap that to that. Ooh, got that kappa slipping in there. Gotta walk needy doggy. Oh, you got that peanut-sized bladder. I know how that works. We'll be here when you get back. So we gotta snap this vert to that. One to there. There we go. So now I'll build another plane. I think I'll probably base it on this and just create these smaller deals. Yeah, I think that'll work. Get out of this, we'll go back into create. plane. So like that. Convert it to a little poly. Okay, and we'll affect the pivot. Edge snap this there. That back on vert snaps, I'm gonna need that in a minute. You may want to angle snap this 90 degrees this way. Like so, cool. Now I want to make sure this poly is facing in the proper direction, which is not, so I'll go ahead and flip it. That way, cool. Good. Now what we want to do is get this into position over here. And see, in that one, that gives you a good example. You don't necessarily have to put it, snap it to that edge. I just kind of left it relatively centered in there, and it still gives me the same. It's just a habit of mine, I suppose. I guess as far as pivoted on the edge as opposed to in the center of it is all. I get used to that as far as like when you work with stuff, certain things that need a certain pivot, like a door hinge or things like that. Just a good habit. It's not a bad habit, I guess, to get into, because as far as the snap, if you're going to angle snap, I guess I'm going to have it on an edge as opposed to in the middle of the poly, or the plane in this case. Alright, so what we need to do is get this way. Vertex snap. Add on. Snap it there. Snap it there. Snap it there. Snap it there. Cool. Now we'll be able to build off these edges here. Turn that off. And this is only going to be the one side that, you know, as far as that faces this direction here. We're going to need to create that back side. Once we get this all created, we'll be able to clone the whole thing and be able to do that. Oh, you already said that, yeah, so no problem. We'll be here. Gotta take care of the doggies. Alright, so we gotta turn this off here for a second. Alright, now we need to vert snap. Snap that, and vert snap that. There we go. Now we just got this section here to do. Getting there. Only taken us a little over an hour, I guess, to get to this point. What's going to be even funner is doing the texturing part. The fact that the texture's already done, that's really the biggest part there. If we had to create the texture, that would add a little bit more time to it as well. Since we've got a lot of these things to our disposal, we're going to cut it down, I guess, as far as that time it would take to do it from scratch. Alright, we create another plane. Let's go create standard primitives, plane. Oh crap. Draw that out like that, convert it to poly. I don't remember. Did I just snap that to that edge there? I know it's a habit I get into, so I don't remember if I did or not. We get lost in these things sometimes. So we go this, go to edge snap. There it on that edge. Regardless if you do it or not, it's not 100% necessary. I'd like to be what's the word I'm looking for? I'd like to be sure, absolute sure, that it's going to pivot properly just by putting it on an edge. I guess that's what I meant to say. So, angle snap, and we'll just bring it 90 degrees this way. Starters, and then we also need to go 90 degrees this way. Again, just, oh crap, screwed up. Try that again. There we go. Turn that off. Now Now we'll just bring it over here and get it loosely into position here. Snap that to that, and we'll just build off the edge there to create the rest of it. Okay, is the poly facing in the proper direction? That's the first question. It is not, so I'm gonna flip that. There we go. Now we'll go ahead and snap these verts to the door model. Yeah, that is definitely going to be the fun part as far as being able to texture all this newly created model. Okay, go to edge, turn that off. That out, vert snap. Turn that off. Whoopsie. That's selected? I think it is. It's hard to tell there. I got it so well conformed, I guess, to that original model. It's like hard to tell it's even where it needs to be. It's not necessarily a bad thing, I suppose. Alright. Now we got all the one side of this fencing area is completed. So we'll go ahead and hide the donor model. Turn that off. So this is what we got so far. Completely untextured model, I guess, as far as all newly created. Okay, now from here we need to, I think what I am going to do is kind of connect. I'm going to collapse all this together. I'll make a clone, and I'll make a backside of that, just like we did the billboard here. Do it that way. Yeah. Select that model, this model, that one there. Grab our hammer, collapse selected. And then we're going to do pivot, center, all that. There, now that's all one piece. Now from here we can take... Now because this is going to have basically the same texture on each side of it, I might keep this duplicated piece separate. Because I want to be able to select one piece there and then clone that in there. So I might just leave it like this for now, as opposed to just cloning it right now. I'll wait till after I map it, as far as the UV unwrap the texture to it, and then I'll clone it from that. That way I'll have a complete duplicate of both sides. So it'll be like, you won't be able to tell the difference between one side or the other, that it has the same mapping to it. That's one approach to take when you have a relatively identical back facing. That'll be a little bit different, I guess, for this billboard, because you got signage on one side and it's just a different texture on the other side. So a little bit different approach. So that'll probably be the same approach that I'll take to mapping these wings here, especially with the railing. I might go ahead and detach these back so that I can do those independently, because I do not have the back faces for, as I already mentioned, as far as I only got the ones that are facing outwards this way. So I might want to map these separately. I'll detach those, map it separately, clone it, and then I'll have an exact duplicate, a back face, I guess, of that. Completely lined up, I guess, as far as with the opposing faces. Alright, so it's a pretty good time. With all of this done, I'm gonna go ahead and save this as a scene. Very good time, I guess, at this point here. I do still have the autosaving off because I did not turn it back on from last week, as far as like I had turned it on, because the scene for all that LiDAR that's in there, as I mentioned, it's huge. It's very huge. Like a better way to put it. All right. This is gonna be way smaller as far as what we'll deal with here, but I'm going to save this as a scene. Even all this work that we've done here up to this point, it was not auto-saving, so I definitely want to make sure I get to save this progress. So I got a folder in here for today, and we're going to name this as, do it as Vic Lane. And I am always getting into the habit of actually applying which version of Max that I did do this one. So whether it was Max 5 in this case or Max 14 or whatever version, that way you know where it originates from. That way you know as far as the scene that you're saving, which one you need to have open, I guess, to be able to. Because by default for me, it tends to want to use Max 5 as a default. So if I double click on the actual scene, it just opens up in Max 5. And in a lot of cases, that won't be too much of an issue where we got it at this point. But if we had features in it that are not compliant with either version there, they're not backwards compliant in that regard. So that's why I always get into the habit of putting the actual version of Max that I use, I guess, to create these things. And it comes, it's more applicable with newer games like Farm Sim. I do a lot of stuff for Farm Sim. It becomes more evident to definitely make it clear, I guess, as far as what version of Max did you. It's not as evident here, but it's just another habit that I have as far as naming it that way. Let's see, I actually named this wrong. Let's do this. Let's see if I name it right. So pick lane. There we go. And I'm saving that. I got a working folder, I guess, for everything we're doing in here in stream 4. I just spilled. We'll save that. We'll go ahead and confirm that it did save. In our folder. So there's our scene, as well as all of our original 3DS. Now from here, we'll probably end up creating a brand new 3DS just to have that. So this will be the original, and I'll create a new one based on this one. So I can probably go ahead at this point, just rename this as original. This is based on the original model that we used as a donor. So we can either do that or just create it as donor, either way. Just to differentiate, I guess, the two different models, at least anyway. There's our scene. So at this point, if something crashes, I've got that to fall back on, I guess, start from that. Okay. Yeah, so as I already mentioned, I think what I am going to do is detach these railings here, so I have much the same idea with. And again, it just comes down to having, I want to have a duplicate side of the texture. So as I texture one, I'll be able to clone that and have an exact copy flipped, for the other side, so it completely lines up from one side to the other. So I'll just start with the one-sided by detaching those. Alright, so polygon, grab these polys, attach that as these, and then we're going to center that newly detached piece, pivot, enter, there we go, and we'll do the same thing on the other side. It'll make a lot more sense, I guess, once I get to that point, but again, it just comes down to just taking into account ahead of time as I do this, I know what will be involved. You got nothing on the skull, nothing on the slots, and you missed a vein. Ouch. Grumpy bot. Wait a minute, what happened here? Wait a minute, what's going on with this? Why did it create, hold on. Did it do that on this one too? No, it did not. Why did it do that here? Yeah, so this is what, alright, so I see already an issue here. So on this one here, you can see the polys are nice and smooth here. There's no N-gons into it. This side, for some reason, I don't know if it did that in the process of collapsing. It might have, but see how we got N-gons, and we don't want that. I'll have to recreate this anyway. Yeah, this is what we're trying to eliminate, these N-gons in here. I'm assuming it probably did that in the process of collapsing. But yeah, I definitely want to be careful and take a look at the model as you collapse it to see if it is adding additional polys and correct those appropriately. Sometimes that'll happen. So I think that is what I'm going to do here. I'm going to eliminate these polys. I'm going to start over from scratch here. Yeah, so these are, yeah, we don't want this. That's gross. Easily enough to recreate those though. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll grab the edges from this. All three sides here. We might have to detach this floor, we'll have to see. We'll see what happens. Nope, so I just do that. Now I need to get the height from the other wing. First, get the height of that. These are things you got to keep in mind, I guess, as far as you're building. And like I said, what probably happened is when in the process of collapsing, it created those end guns in there. That's definitely what we're trying to eliminate as much as possible. I'm taking the initiative at this point to realize that is a problem, and I'm fixing it right on the fly here. So let's get the height of this one here, which is 5.56. We'll copy that. Go back over to here. And apply that same height to all these verts. Select all those and apply that same height. There we go. So now we're back to a nice smooth polys on both sides there. Now what I can do is detach those. Oh, I guess they're flipped the wrong way, so go ahead and flip them right away before we do that. Flip them and then detach them. Two birds with one stone. Now we're going to take this and pivot, center that one as well. There, now we got a good starting point for be able to actually map that. Alright, so I think what I am going to start with, I'm going to start with the bigger portions of this model and then work my way into the smaller pieces. So like I'll work down to getting all the fencing and all that. So we'll start with the building as far as all these individual building pieces here first, and then we'll work our way down to these smaller pieces as far as the railings and the fencing. Okay. Yeah, so I got a texture already in queue here, just as far as for Vic Lane. So we should be able to go ahead and apply this like so. And it's gonna be wonky, I guess, as far as like that, because we have no UV unwrap to it yet. We don't have our texture mapping to it. Now we got to apply unwrap, and then go into the editor. There's the texture initially applied there, and it's all going to be out of whack, and that's normal. So what we need to use, and it's going to have the mask as well as the TGA, which has the alpha channel in it. We want to use that TGA here. Now once we get the model actually mapped based on this one here, we'll be able to, that'll line 100% up. The mask of, as far as the reflection on the windows, will line up with this, with the whole model. So it's where that sheen or that shine actually comes up, that's where that comes into place here. I've got that in here overlaid. So the windows where that's located, once we get this all remapped, that's actually where that gloss look to the windows will actually show up based on the mask. Okay. So just giving a little bit of insight, I guess, as far as what's going to happen there once we get to that point. It all comes down to getting the mapping, the initial texture UV mapping set correctly first before that mask to actually put that reflection where you want it. All right, so let's go ahead and go poly. We're going to select these faces and go into here, and then we'll do a quick cleaner. We're going to hide the rest of the polys and just work with what initially selected here. Let's see if I can get this all into view here. There we go. Yeah, sure. Now, where we want to put these polys is based on, let's see what we got here. And this is going to be the front side of the building right there. And on that. So this should be the sides as far as the flanking edges. That piece, that'll be mapped separately. I want to take this all the way up to here. So this would be relatively the same process that would have been used to texture initially as far as the original model. I mean, there would have been a lot of redesigning of the texture, I guess, as far as to, you know, get it optimized the way it is, but relatively the same idea. All right, so now we got that front face, I guess, of our building texture here. That's a start. I'm just gonna get the remaining sides. So let's select this side. Got that one there. We'll do a quick planer on that. Now, these are gonna have, there's no ambient occlusion on this too. That's probably another fair mention to this. So if we have overlapping polys, as far as, you know, only using one area of the texture for both these flanking sides, because we're not applying any ambient occlusion to it, that's not going to be an issue. I just want to make that a fair mention here. So we're going to end up using, for these flanking sides here, for this, and this is based on how the original model was done too. So this area here for the flanking edges on this side as well as that side are going to use the same areas of the texture. And that's just optimizing the overall use of the texture as opposed to having two individual sides. If it's relatively the same like this is actually a really good way of how the texture is done. If you've got sides that are going to be the same orientation, you know, as far as what content matters on it, then just use one area of the texture to be able to accomplish that. It's a very good optimization, I guess, as far as pretty good use, I guess, of the texture size, anyway. Alright, so we brought that all the way to this grid here. All the way right there. Cool, so we can see how that's applying to this side. We can always revert back to the original model to see actually how that looked in the first place. I can already tell this is off here. Select that, so this is not as thick there as it is there. I'm gonna look at the original model here just to see what it looked like in the first place. Let's hide this one. Bring back the donor model. See how that one looks. So we can see how that one looks. So, all right. So the way we've got the Texas, yeah, it's just gonna be more or less centered right into that panel there. As opposed to the way I got it's all stuck up in one corner. Plus, this is all should line up here. All right, that's what we want to do for our new model. Hide that, bring back 3. So we'll do the same thing on this one here. Select that. Back in the UV editor, and all we need to do. Let's see if I can get this in the picture here. There we go. But we need to go more like this. That. Zoom in on that. We need to extend this a little. Really gives you an appreciation for how it was done in the first place as you do this. And you can correct whatever mistakes you might have made, I guess, in the first place as well. Looks like we need to, you might have made a level like that. Really makes sense. Yeah, so he's got a, but originally it was texture, I guess, as far as to keep level with this blue. It kind of makes sense because that's where, in the model here, it actually is level. This would be where the floor level was on that side. So yeah, we're just putting that bottom edge that we created there. And this is why we wanted to be able to put that poly up to that level instead of having all that, what we don't need below that. We wouldn't be able to accomplish this in that fashion. So that's a very good clue. Now, we could have gotten away with leaving that poly in there, which is not a very good idea, and just stretch that entire poly all the way to the bottom here. Get this to line up much the same way. So it's, you could do it that way, but that's not optimizing the model at all, honestly. So yeah, that's basically all we need to do is just line up with that. I think that's going to get us where we need it to be. Yeah, all right. render this here real quick and see what we get. The render setup. 800 by 600. Render it. That doesn't look too shabby. Yeah, so that lines up pretty good so far. Not a bad deal. Not a bad deal at all. Alright, so okay, so that's that side. Let's go to the other side and do the same thing. One panel at a time. Wait a minute, what is it? Oh, you got 100 units on that's gold. Nice. Good job there, Torch. I guess the bot's coming around. So let's get that one. Y'all are keeping pretty quiet. Let's see. So I want to do a. Okay, so we're going to put that in the same area. But what I'll probably do is grid snap that. This is where that'll probably come in really good handy. So I'll get this down to size here. Like that. And then we're going to bring back those other polys so we can grid snap that to where we put that original piece here. I could also take the initiative, I guess, to snap. Here, let me move this out of the way for a second. Now I say that. Put this over here for a second. Get that in a second. Let's line up this one. And grid snaps on. We'll go to vertex. Oh, that's going to be tricky. It's because there's nothing to snap to over here. Okay, I think I can do this though. So if we go like that. And then I'm going to straighten this line out. Like so. I think that'll work. Kind of screwed that one up a little bit. Let's do a Control Z. I want to do that. So let's whoa, I got a grid snap on, that's why it's doing that. Okay. Hold on a second. Turn that off for a second. I'll move this down manually to straighten that out. Ooh, that's giving me EBGBs. Pretty good there. Just trying to get that straightened out there. Now for this side, I don't have. I might be able to grid snap that to this line. Well, let's see how that works. I never tried it that way actually. Snap to that? I guess it will. Cool. Nice. Okay. Now I should be perfectly square just as far as with the front side. As far as to get that, especially that top edge, I guess to line up much more uniformly. Now I can snap this piece here for the other side right to this one based on the grid snap. Alright, so let's go back to polys. Take that piece and bring it over here. Snap it right to the adjusted there. It should be absolutely identical on both sides. That'll be much the same process we'll use for the railings and both sides of the fence and the railings for these wing areas. Same idea. Okay, so we need to go back to vertex. Got it on grid snaps. Snap it to that. Perfectly lined up with the original one there. Cool. Now we should have two identical sides lined up with the front. And we'll be able to do that to the back side here as well, so I think we'll do that next actually. Do that back side. Now the back side, let me look at the texture here. That's probably going to be the second half of the, yeah. It's probably going to be the second half of here, so it's going to be all of this over here. Right from here, yeah. So it's thinking ahead as far as where that's going to have to go. Alright, so let's see what we have here. The only difference with this one is it's probably going to go all the way to the ground instead of stop at that floor level. Okay, so let's go polygon. We could probably actually get away with, I might do these one at a time just to see how this turns out. I'm going to do one poly at a time all the way around this backside as opposed to selecting those all at once. Yeah, let's try that for starters. Yassel's back. Is she successful on that shot? Supplementing those units of fluids. You didn't miss that time, you know. Yeah, you kind of redeemed yourself there. Noise. Alright, so yeah, I'm going to do this one poly at a time as far as mapping this. Let's do, so we got that selected. And then we're going to put this over here. Now, I think what I'm initially going to do is I'm going to snap it to that size there. Then I'm going to move it over to next to where it's got the Texas on it. Yeah, to see how that looks there. So let's bring this here. We're going to grid snap it to this. Accomplish this here, so let's go like that. Got that. Got that. Got that. Whoa, 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 easy. Whoa, what are you doing? Cozy again. There we go. So now we got it that way. Now I'm going to reselect that. So now you can see how that's mapped. What I need to do, reselect that poly. And I want to slide it over this way. We don't want that Texas on there. We want that to be kind of a blank slate there. And it looks like I'm going to have to shrink it up a little bit. Damn it, let's do this. Try that again. Shift drag that on this way. Trying to keep it, I don't want to adjust it this way is what I was trying to kind of not do. There we go. Now all I need to do is bring it this way. There we go. We should have it. Wait, what's going on with that there? What the heck? Why did that not line up? Okay, so maybe I might have to bring that up to that same level. In order for that this line here to line up with that, I might have to do the same thing. Okay. Fair enough, we can do that. Actually, what we gotta do, since that's a longer piece, we gotta bring it all the way down to the bottom here. I think I already mentioned that. So we gotta drag it down this way. Oops, easy, easy, easy. There we go. There we go. Now we're cooking. Yeah, so because that's it's a longer piece, it's a wider piece, so this one stops here. This one goes all the way down this way. We got more surface area to cover, so in order to do that, we have to use more of a... Dang it. We have to use more of that. We have to stretch that out to get that to line up. So a shorter piece as opposed to a longer surface area we have to get in order to get that to line up. Cool, so that's fine. So we'll do the same thing with all these other sides. Grab this one. And we can line it right up with this one we already placed down. Good snapping it. So we got that selected. We want to do quick planer. And initially I'll go ahead and turn off all the other polys just to get this sized up here. We'll bring them back in just a minute. Just a second. Okay, I'll go ahead and bring it back. There we go. Go back into vertexes with the grid snap still on. Now we're going to grid snap this all. So this is how we can confirm and be assured that every one of these that we line up are going to be exactly the same. So it's going to be nice and uniform, especially with this very definitive line that's on the top edge there. So we can render this real quick and kind of get an idea of how that looks. It's going to line up nice and perfectly all the way through by grid snapping it. Okay, so I'm just going to do with the rest of the polys on this. Put a polygon, put this one. And I'm taking the approach to do one at a time as opposed to selecting all those polys and doing them all at once. Just to ensure, I guess, as far as they're all grid snapped properly. Taking that little extra step like that and whatever is going to Save you a lot of headache, a lot of cases in the long run. Same thing on this here. We got another 36 units of fluid there. Nice. Risk and oh, it took 71 out of you though. Ouch. Ouch. That hurts. Okay, now we can grid snap all of that. Going to vertex. Grid snaps are still on. There we go. So now we got that. The lanes. Same idea there. Continue our way around. So go on this side. Quick cleaner. So I'm leaving myself a little bit of room before I go into vertex mode to it, so I have room to be able to select the actual vertices from the polys that I want to grid snap. So that's part of the process of that. Go to vertex. That goes. If I put it much too closer, I'd have to zoom in quite a bit. It might be a little bit tougher for me to select those actual verts for that poly to be able to get them lined up properly. That one. Next. One face at a time. Now, whether or not this is exactly where it was mapped in the first place, I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to look at the unwrapping is for the original model, but this is the approach that I'm taking for it. This seems to make sense. Pretty confident in the fact that it is probably done that way. Okay. There's that. So now we got that all mapped there, so we can be able to render this really quick to see how that looks. What the heck did I just do there? Whoopsie. Hold on. What the heck that's all about. Right? He scolded, and man, he got that's a second successful scold. Showing that about a thing or two. Let me zoom in on this a little bit. Re-render that. Pixelated as far as the render, it's just rendering it. So once it renders it, once it's done. But yeah, so now you can see how that nice and smooth line all the way across the top there blends right into our initial side that we started with over there. Yeah. Cool. So now we can look at the front side here. See how that lines up. This side. I'll probably do that roof next. I think the roof is going to be probably like in this area. Either that or over here. I think this one here was originally the whoops, bring it over. This was the back side of the main billboard. So I can bring the donor model in and kind of get an idea of where that was probably mapped. You might have had the roof in this area. Take a look and see what color it is and get a better idea. Okay, so let me render this real quick. See how that looks. Yeah, so all that pixelization is that's rendering it. It's just cleaning it up there. So there we go. That's our new model retextured there. So I'm gonna get that roof next. I'm gonna bring back that. Let's hide this one for a second. Let's get out of this. Hide that, and then bring back our donor model. This see where that's mapped. So, yep, it is gray. I'm gonna take a stab at it, and it's probably in this area. That's probably where we'll map our top of our building there in that area. Okay. We'll hide that back, and we'll bring back our new model. So we'll select polygon, do this. For this one here, because we don't have any like definitive pattern, I guess on it, it's just more or less just a solid color. We can get away with probably selecting all of this here, like so. And if we go into our UV unwrap here, shows you what's selected here, and then we'll do a quick planer. I might leave it where it was at. Here, let's try something here. Let's do a normal map. Nope. And let's try a flat map. Almost like the way it was originally done there. So let's do a Control Z. Alright. Almost like the way it was originally, to be honest. Let's do another Control Z. Will that work that way? Let me see. Okay. I guess we'll work with that. They're not really going to matter too much because they don't have like I said, a particular pattern on this piece here. I kind of like the way it was when I initially selected it there, and that's what I was trying to get back to. But I guess since I already applied a quick planer to it, we'll do the quick planer on it. That's fine. But I do want to. What the heck? Oh, I didn't do a manual. My bad. I'm gonna do a manual rotate to this like that. Making it a little wonky. That's what I was trying to fix up a little bit, I guess. Here, let me bring this over here. I'm gonna see if I can undeform this, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. Yeah, you can make it more symmetrical. I don't know why I did that with the quick planer like that. That's kind of weird, but okay. Not too worried. So we're gonna take. Some of this manually. I still got the grid snaps on. I'm gonna turn that off so it doesn't get too wonked out on me. And again, because I don't have any particular pattern on this, it's not really a big deal, I guess, as far as to move these manually. Just trying to take some of the ugliness out of it. Oh crap! Hold on. Let's see what you did there. Grab all those verts there. Are you serious? Hold on. Wait a minute. There we go. Oh, you son of a gun anyway. Gonna make me zoom in on that. Oh, come on. It's got a lot of verts in there, and that's why it's only selecting one vert at a time. Come on. Goofy son of a gun anyway. Oh, what the heck are you doing? Alright. Being stubborn. Let's grab these two. Move these. Move those. Nope, I don't want to do that. Here, let's try it this way. How did I get that selected? That's fine though. Didn't mean to do that. That's okay. Yeah, this will work better. You son of a gun. My OCD is getting the better of me, I guess, as far as just trying to fix some of the ugliness of this thing here is all. Just need to bring this. Whoa, there's a vert right there. Okay, I gotcha. straighten this out. That way. Straighten that out. So that still looks wonky. I know I'm getting very, very particular, I guess, about this, but it's bugging me that it's the planar map. When I do the quick planar map, it didn't leave it relatively the same shape as that. And it might have a lot to do with the fact that it's kind of like semi-rotated, for lack of a better way to put it. I'm just trying to fix some of that ugliness out of it. Like how that turned out. Oh, I guess that's good enough for now. Alright, so we'll go back to polygon, and we'll put this in that black area. Plus, I didn't really like how it was, the way it was going to take up the real estate. I would have had to make it a lot smaller than I should have needed to, with it being all wonked out like that. Just going to put it right in this area. Like so. There we go. So there's our roof. They got that much done so far. Now what we'll do is we get these wings here. In this part, we don't have the texture applied to it yet. We're gonna have to go into our material, physically apply it, like so. Just like normal, it's gonna do that. So now these here should be mapped. Let's look at our texture. Those should be mapped in this area right here. So those wings should be here. This is going to be the front side. That is going to be... Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I have to look at that donor model again. So those were right on this side. Right here. So just to kind of clarify, this piece here, as far as where that has this hollow wingers, I guess, on it, that's going to be the front side of that wing. And I call it the front side that's facing the track. Yes. That's going to be on this part. That may or may not pose an issue, because as far as to map that in there, because I got this separate, I might have to attach all that. Let's see how it works. Yeah, we'll see how it works, but that should generally get mapped. So that might not do me any good, I guess, as far as to separate that railing piece out there, because the way it is in here in the texture, it's actually all one false swoop. We'll see how it works out here. We'll give this a try. Yeah, because since we don't really have any wall on this side, as far as like on the inside of where the floor is, we only have it on this side. I think we can get away with doing the railing separate and then just have that. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. It'll all work out. So we got this all, the texture's actually applied. Now we gotta unwrap it. We'll unwrap. Look a little funky. Now we gotta select polys. Like this one. But we're still gonna use that same area where the railing actually is. We're just gonna go, what we got, this poly that we got selected, we're just gonna go underneath where that actual railing part is on the texture. And I'll demonstrate here in just a second. So if we open this up, you want texture, which is right there. Do a quick planner. Hide the rest of it. Let's do this over this way. So just to get an idea of what orientation this poly is in. Let's see here. Alright, so it is facing right side up. That's good. We're good that way. We don't need to reorient it. It's fine. So what we'll do is we're going to put it in this area. But we're only going to cover just below where the railing part is. We're going to use that for the other polys for the railing. It'll make sense here in a minute. Put that on this area. Yeah, there's that. What the heck? Let me render that real quick. Why the heck did it do that? It's not a flip poly, is it? A second here. Why did it do that? Hold on. That's strange. Why did it do that? Let me try this one here. The planer. See how that one's done. Why did it? Hello? Yeah, so that's right there. I am not sure why it did that. That's confusing me right now. Okay, hold on. Let's try this. Something screwed up. We'll have to try that again, probably. Yeah, that's working right. Goofed something up. Let's put that there for a second. Let's apply this and we're going to do a new planer. I goofed it up somehow. Not sure what I did, though. We'll just redo it. That's simple. And Torch put the slots in there with authority. It's just like you force that lever down. Yelling it out. Slots, damn it. Super funny. Alright, so yeah. Hopefully this will work out. Why is it doing that with this? Holy crap. I don't understand why it's doing that. Are you kidding me? What in the heck is going on with that? Let's put it over. Okay, this one's here. Let's put that over here. Is that doing it with this? Nope. Why is it doing it with this one? That's weird. Holy crap, that's crazy. I don't know. I do not know why it's doing that. Let's do this. Why is it doing that? Holy mackerel, that is super confusing. I got it in this area, should have that texture onto that poly. Alrighty then. Let's see. That is super weird. Almost like it's using this area. What is that doing? I don't understand. Why you not put the proper texture on there? This is doing fine. If I put that there, you can see that's putting that on there properly. What the heck, man? I might have to redo that poly for that. Something screwy with that poly. Because when I put this on there, that's fine. What the heck, man? Yeah, showing the Sunoco on there. Why is it? So it's not like smudged or stretched or whatever. My goodness. That makes absolutely no making sense. I don't even know what area of the texture it's actually trying to apply there. Dude, if I do this, what I might have to do, that's actually not the same. Oh my goodness. I don't want to do that. See, it's even doing. What is it doing? Oh my goodness, that's weird. I've never had that problem before. That's super kooky. Let me try another quick planer. That is... that's confusing the heck out of me right now. Yeah, so it's applying the texture fine that way when I planer map it. The heck? That I don't understand that. Why is it doing that? Might have to recreate this poly. Weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, so let's go ahead and collapse the wall on that. Yes. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna chunk out this poly. Something's wrong with that poly for some reason. You don't know why. Chunk it out. We're gonna create a new one based on this edge. Something funky with it. Catch this one out. Do a vert snap to this. And we'll reapply map into it. Alright, let's try it that way. Alright, so just make sure reapply the texture. And then we'll go ahead and unwrap it. There we go. Going to polygon. This way. Editor. Unwrap the texture. Alright, let's try it again here. So we'll do clear. Pick up the polys we don't need. Well, if this screws up again, I don't know what the heck's going on. Oh my god. Are you freaking kidding me? That is perplexing me as heck. That's all heck. What the frick is causing that? That is super weird. Alright, hold on. What the heck, man? So it's got the two halves. I don't get it. I've never had this happen, folks. I ain't gonna lie. That is super strange. How does it render? Let me see what it renders. Yeah, it even renders that way, so what in the hell is going on with that? It's almost like it's a broke poly where it's like a... I already recreated it once. That is something else. I don't know what else to try. Let me see here. You collapse that. I've never had that happen before like that. This is a new one to me. Alright, let's try it this way. So if we go on this edge. Ta-da! Right from this edge. Vertex snap. You know how this works, so we'll go that way. Texture's already applied. Let's try another unwrap. Polygon that way. The editor. Planar texture. Planar. Add the rest of it. It's initially I was showing it's applying it right in the first place here, as far as the orientation of it. It's not until like I resize it that it's jacking it all up, and I'm not sure why it's doing that. Maybe up till it's going it right. Almost like it's I don't know. Weird. It might have something to do with the fact that I've got the so I might have to take that out as far as the mask. I do have the I think that's what it's doing. Somehow, for some reason, it's picking up because I got the mask in here. I think that's what it's doing. So I might have to take that out just until I get this initial texture applied. And that's not a big deal. So we'll do like this. We'll apply that after. Alright, so let's go ahead and collapse this down for a second here. Do this. Yeah, I do think that's probably what's going on here, because I have in the material the specular map. So I think it's picking that mapping up instead. And that's what I don't want it to do. So I'm just going to take it out for now until I get this all extra map, and then I'll apply it post fact. Let's clear this out. There we go. Hopefully that will correct it. I hope. Alright. Try to unwrap it again here. So let's do this. It should have already fixed that. Okay. Now I've only got this in here. But it's still screwing that up. Why though? Damn it. I'm sure that's maybe what it was, but maybe not. Still in that spot. I ain't gonna lie, I'm not really sure. I've never had this happen before. I should clearly be putting that on there now. If I just resize this, clearly see how it's applying the rest of all this, as long as it's not resized to. Oh my goodness. Get it. That is super weird. Oh my goodness. Why are you doing that? Put it here. Trying to get an idea of how it's actually applying it, but it's like making it dark. I don't know why. At this point, I don't know if it's because it's still, even though I cleared that out for the specular, it might be still trying to apply it. I don't know. I'm confused. Anyway, I think what I will try to do is just map it to where I know it needs to go, and then hopefully I'll save the model and I'll reopen it just to see if that's part of the problem. Because this is fine. It's just this seems to be this one poly so far. Super weird. No. That shouldn't matter. If I had shadows, I would be applying to the whole model, and it's only doing it to this. That doesn't make any sense. Never had that problem, and I've always put shadows on before. Shouldn't matter. It's almost like the poly itself is like broken, you know, because it's actually applying it, it's just adding shade to it. I don't know. I understand why. I've always had this on. There's no reason why I shouldn't be able to. No materials. Let's do. Yeah, that shouldn't matter. There's something wrong with that poly. I don't know what it is. I'm just gonna put it where I feel it needs to go, which is right there, and I'm just gonna go from there. That poly, for some reason, and it might be because of the way I'm trying to create an off an edge. I'm not 100% sure. But rather than beat a dead horse, I'm just gonna muddle along here, I guess, as far as I can get the rest of this done. Figure that out afterwards. Even as I look at this, like I said, it's actually putting that texture in there. Just for some reason, it's adding like a dark overlay to it. I don't know why. Usually, that's evidence of like a broken poly, for the lack of a better way to put it. And by broken poly, it means it's got, you know, the vertices as far as on opposing corners are like flipped. So not like the whole poly is flipped itself, but it's just like two opposing vertices on the opposite corners are flipped. They're like stretched or whatever you want to call it. That's what will cause that type of thing in a lot of cases, but that shouldn't have been the way I created that poly. That shouldn't be the case, but that seems to be the way it's presenting itself. I don't know why it's doing that. Anyway, so we're just going to do this. Put the grid snaps back on. And I think we need to do this floor. Let's leave it like that for a second. Grab this floor. I don't know where the I have to bring that donor model back just to see where that was mapped. Get an idea. Let's see what we got here. So let's hide this. Actually, we need to hide this. And then we'll unhide the donor model. So it looks like we got the same part of that as it is for the roof. Okay. Okay, so we know that. So we'll hide the donor model. So let's unhide that one there, and then we'll map this floor to same thing as the roof. Actually, that was more of a gray, wasn't it? Give me a second here. Hold on. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Let's hide that donor model again. Wait, so that's... Oh, that's gray. Here I thought it was black. So I might have put that roof to our new model in the wrong spot then. Okay. Fair enough. Alright. So we'll hide that. Unhide this piece. Yeah, I might have put that in the wrong spot in the first place. So let's go back to this real quick. I need to put that in this gray area. I might have looked at that wrong, I guess. Let's go polygon, select that, and that. And I'll move this over into here. And we can make this a lot smaller. We don't need it to be this big, actually. There's no particular pattern on it or anything like that, like I said, so I'll put this right here, and then we'll put the floors for each of the wings in that part. That'll work. Go back to this one. This poly. And we're going to put this floor right over in that second half of that gray area. Oh my goodness, what happened there? What the heck is going on with that? Excuse me? Why is it doing that? That's not cool, so we gotta fix that. That poly's grabbing another poly. You dirty rat, you. Okay, no problem. So let's do... That might be part of the issue that we're having with this here. Possibly. Let's see. Okay, let me collapse this. Something's going on with the vertices in this. Collapse to that for a second. Something ain't right there. Let's detach this floor. Something might have went wrong with the way I collapsed it too. That's probably your deal. Let's go like this. Now we got let's save that as a. Yeah. We'll do effect, pivot, center that. Map that separate. I have no idea why I was selecting that other poly there. I assume it has like something to do with the way I collapsed it. So one way we can probably fix it is just attach that floor piece. Still got the texture applied to it, and we'll just wrap it separately. Okay, texture. Alright, so polygon. Let's see how that works. Yeah, so now it's not pulling. Super weird, but okay. Let's actually turn it this way. Make this up to fit in that gray area. Okay. Y'all still working on the slots there, I see. Nothing yet though, huh? Bot still being grumpy. So we'll do this. Use that over on this side as much as possible. Alright, so now we got that. That might be one I might have to try here too, as far as just to detach that to see if it'll map properly. Might be something else I might have to try. It's kind of weird I have to do that, but I guess if that helps the process there, then I guess that's what we'll do. Go back into this piece. Let me select this poly. I'll detach it. Object 7. Let's see what that does. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, so I want to pivot. Center that. And we'll do the unwrap it separately. This bring our texture. It's kind of silly to have to do it this way, but it works, then we'll try it. Doesn't seem to be. Let's do another select, and we'll do quick planar. What's really weird is the fact that it's actually applying it. You see, it's already dark too, so that gives me a clue. I don't know why it's doing that as far as making it dark like that. Just on this one poly. That's super strange. It even renders that way too. That is so weird. Anyway, okay. Thought maybe I'd try it anyway. See what happened. I really don't know what's going on with it, to be honest. But I'm gonna go ahead and map it where I know it needs to go. Trying everything I know that's available. I guess in an effort, I guess, to try and fix it. Okay. We do have this poly mapped. Oh, we gotta reapply the unwrap, my bad. Do this. Whoops. Did not mean to do that. I meant to go in this one here. There we go. Something's going. Oh, okay, so we're getting all this crap here too. So I might have to resave this model and reopen it. When you start getting this kind of jazz here, this is when it's got several different functions it's trying to do at once in there, and it might be what's screwing up this point, because as far as what I'm trying to do with this. So, yep, it is already screwing up. Alright, so let's do this. We're going to go ahead and save the model. What we got here. And then reopen the scene. Save as. Hopefully, once we reopen this here, it'll actually correct itself. Yeah, when you're getting all this jazz here, there's a method to the 3ds Max's method here is where when you're trying to apply different type of stuff to, you know, I'm cutting this thing up and detaching, and you still got unwraps applied, it'll do this. You know, it kind of gets all screwed up. So it's usually better just to save the model, reopen it, and hopefully it'll get rid of all that. Do reset. Yes. And we're gonna reopen our scene. Hopefully I won't have to. I might have to go as far as to close Max all the way out and go that direction, but we'll see. Go back to our folder. Alright. Still have that problem, yes we. You son of a gun anyway. Alright, I'm gonna have to close Max all the way out then. Still got things cached in there. That's not good. Not good. Alright, so bummer. Okay, so let's do this. Our working folder. I'm gonna go ahead and close this out really quick. Exit out. I'm gonna reopen it. Give me just a second. I'll go ahead and reload that. And we're getting all kinds of funky stuff happening in there, so that's usually just a good good reason, I guess, to go ahead and close that out. Just reopen it. Alright, so here we go. Got her back open again, so let's redirect to that. I mean, it was going way too smooth. I guess in the first place, something had to screw up, I guess, at some point. Yeah, so it's still doing that there, but let's see how it will fly now. I'm gonna leave that detached for now. Still got the unwrap to it. Nope, still being stupid. Son of a gun, anyway. Alright, let's go ahead and collapse that down. This is really starting to upset me, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it's a relatively simple model. It's nothing complex to it. I don't know why it's being so stubborn. Alright, what objects do we have that we can collapse back together here? So we got this, that. Lower. Okay, so we want line 0, 1, 6, and 7. Okay, we'll collapse that back together. Creating a lot of unnecessary work, that's for sure. That's everything that bugs me about it. If it was a more complex model, I could totally understand that happening, but this is so unnecessary. Alright, so let's other pieces that I got in here. I got 3. That's that. That one's all done. Is that piece, okay. 5 should be the other, yep. I remember all what I got in here is all. Okay. Okay, so let's reapply. Unwrap to this. Editor. What the heck is that doing? What in the heck is that? Hello? What is that piece? Well, that's this one here. Okay, that's fine. We haven't done that yet. That makes sense, okay. That makes sense for that to be like that, okay. Let's, okay, we need to snap Yeah, it's still presenting itself that way, which is kind of really ticking me off right now, but I don't know how else to fix it. Let's go ahead and grab this poly. Like so, and then we want to size this up. We can snap this poly against to that as well. There we go. I'm going to take this poly, size that up a little bit. There we go, and then let's turn the grid snaps back on. Oh wait, I got a grid snap now? Oh, there you go. I thought I wasn't going to grid snap for me. Yep. Well, I'm just going to put it where I know it needs to go. I'm going to just deal with it as I really don't know why it's doing what it's doing. Alright, so polygon. That is going to be... Where's my material go? There it is. Alright. So we need to... do the editor. That piece there needs to go on this part. Less the, in this case here, less that railing. We need to do a quick planer. You can see how that's applying. Do this. Now, if this one screws up, I'm gonna scream. That's crazy. Where's the edit dark there? So far, it seems to be working alright. Cool. Hopefully, it stays that way. So, we got basically put this poly underneath where that railing is there. Something like that. Cool. And now we'll be able to put where the railing is, I guess, on that, on top of that. Get that as a separate tapping there. But for the most part, we got everything mapped but the railing. I think that's what we'll do next, is the railing. Okay, we'll have to do these one side at a time because we got them mapped in different areas. Whoops, I need to unwrap. Actually, I need to apply the texture is what I need to do first. Hold on. Getting ahead of myself now. We don't have the texture applied to that yet, so we need to go like this. Apply the texture. There we go. Now we can unwrap it. Now we want to select this poly. Do the editor. Plane. Cool. And we can do the quick planer. Add the rest of the polys. And that we want to map over here. It'll match that section here. So we got the sections or whatever have to go on this part. Now I have the section that goes on above the all the winner's plaque. Alright, so we want to put this here. Oops. Zoom in here. Yeah, so even with all what I did there as far as just resetting there, it's still presenting that dark aspect, I guess, to that. Don't really know why, though. It seems to be okay. Kind of fumbling around in my brain. It's like, what could possibly be causing that? Y'all can probably hear it rattling around in there as far as like, it's that thought as far as like why that's doing that. Alright, so we got that part. One side done. We get this. Now these two here are going to go in this area. So as far as to get those to line up, as far as be able to grid snap them with this, that's obviously going to be a little bit different. Okay. Planner that, and we're going to probably need to, yep, we're going to need to turn it this way. Yep. And size it up like that. Yep. Don't get stupid on me again. Okay, cool. Let me get an idea. I want to check the orientation of this. Let's see. Where the Texas is facing. I think that's right. Another way I can tell is this kind of strips this way. Yep, so that's on the bottom. Yep, so that'll work. That'll be the bottom edge of the rail. That's where we want this. So we got it the proper orientation of our poly. Pictures I was looking for. Now to get that lined up with our other railing here, that'd be a little bit. We don't need any black spacing into that, so we want to cut down a little bit. Something like that. Render that real quick. That's not too shabby. I can live with that. Not too shabby at all. Going this way. I think we need to do planer. This way we'll be able to grid snap this one with the other one, so at least we know where that one lines up. I'll have to bring those polys back in. Yeah, for this whole side here is making it dark. I don't understand that. Even on the railing, it's doing that too. So it's not just that poly; it's just this whole side of the model. I'm hoping maybe that's all it is just the lighting and Max 3ds Max here. If that's all it is, then well, we won't need to worry about it so much. But still, the question remains: first, why is it actually doing that? Alright, so we're gonna go grid snap. These season snap. This way we know these 100% match. Alright. So even though it's got the shading on it, you can still see how that's lined up there. Hopefully. Yeah. I am definitely thinking it's probably just a lot to do with the way Max is shading that. Why it's just that spot, I have no idea. But okay. So that's the one side at least anyway. There's the one set of wings there, so we'll be able to apply that to the other wing. And I guess what I mean by the other side, I'm going to need to clone this piece now that that's all mapped. I'll be able to clone that and flip it so that it will have an exact duplicate of each side, so it'll be like symmetrical one side or the other. I don't have to map them separately. That said, we're gonna go collapse all on that mapping. Kind of show what I mean. So right now, the way it is, there's not gonna be any polys here. So let's go ahead and render that. I'll show. That's going to be all empty, so there's no polys on the back side. So in order to correct that, I would need to clone this, flip the poly, so we have two opposing faces, I guess, to that. I'm gonna take that with that map, and we're going to do a edit clone. Copy that. That'll work. And then we want to take object 6 here. We want to take those polys. Why is it doing that again? I don't like when it does this. That means it's something funky going on. Let's select all these polys, and we're gonna flip it. There. Now when we render this, we'll have on both sides. There we go. And they're identical, I guess, as far as to the other side that we already mapped. Cool. Alright. Now we just need to do that to the other wing here. Alright, so then we go like this. Put the texture to it. That's first and foremost. Without putting the texture on there, you don't have anything to unwrap, so you got to be able to apply the texture first. Now the texture's applied, and it's going to be wonky. So when we initially apply the unwrap, it's going to look super funky, and that's normal. So go to polygon, UV editor, populate in our texture, and I think I'm gonna take care of this floor right away, which is in that area there. So that, and we're gonna rotate each way. What in the heck are you doing? Oh, that's the other side. Never mind. Threw me off there, so let's turn this off. That's all the other sides that I still gotta map through. That's why these are all funky. Still gotta do that, yeah. Alright. Okay, so we're good. We're Gucci. Like this. Now, because I don't really have that other side to go by, because it's not all collapsed there, I do know it's in this general vicinity. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it just a little bit smaller than probably what I made on the other side, so that way I can potentially grid snap that once I do collapse it all. I'm just going to make this a little bit smaller. And again, that'll make it easier for once I do go collapse it and unwrap it again. I'll be able to grid snap both of those areas so they're both the same. It's not really critical because there's not a specific pattern that's that follows on these pieces that we're mapping here, but just to clean up the wire, you know, the UV unwrap, that's about the only reason why I do that. Got that there. It'll make sense, I guess, as far as once I collapse the whole model and check the UV mapping, the unwrap. So it would require, I guess, to do all of this mapping first, I guess, before we do that. Alright, so we need to get this side. We'll do this front side here first. That'll have another one of those Hall of Winners. It's like on this side. That panel. Quick planner. I got a sneeze coming on here, and it's like anticipating as far as muting the mic. It's just like, because I know it's just been tickling my nose. It's just like I don't need it to inadvertently just kind of come across the stream there and just blow your eardrum out if you are using headphones. Alright, so much the same way we did the other side, I'm going to line this up. So yeah, it's coming with, yeah, it's exactly it. Okay. Something like that, so now we got that there. Now we're gonna, we'll wait till that, we'll get all this other piece here first. We don't have the unwrap on this one here, let alone the material. All this first. Now we mapped all of these sides here, so we're going to put those all in that same area as we did the other wing. Same thing over here. And I'll do the same approach like I did like the roof of that wing. I'll make it a little bit smaller than I know the other side is, so I have the option coming back in later and being able to grid snap all together once I collapse it all down. So I'll leave it a little bit of padding. Give me room to be able to select these vertices to be able to grid snap that to the other side so we can get them all nice and mashed up. Okay, so that. This one. Planer. Yep, so the mapping node still looks good. Yep. Checking. Might even make this just a little bit smaller than the previous panel. It'll all make sense, like I said, as first once I collapse it all up there and I reapply the unwrap so I can actually grid snap all that stuff. Now we're going to go into this, apply our texture to that. So, I want to do an unwrap. Cool. And then editor, texture, and then pick up. So I'm going to start with this one. It goes in a different area. Yeah. I had thought there, and it's wasn't sure which way I was going with it, so I'll digress on it. Whoa. Now, so I still got the other side that's mapped to this area as well, so I'll probably add a little bit of padding on this one here too. Won't put it exactly where I need it to go, so I have room to be able to adjust it in the UV mapping once I collapse it all. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to get it in the general vicinity for now. But I want them to match symmetrically on both sides once I collapse it all. Okay. And map, and this one's going to go over there, so we need to turn it that way. Flying here. Right. Whoa. Folded it in on itself. Yep, so that's on the bottom map. That's good. So we got the proper orientation. And just like the other rail, I'm going to give it a little bit of padding on this. Vicinity for now. Not worried about it 100% lining up point. Okay. This one. That way. The other down. Come on, scale it. Hey, when it moves it instead of scaling it. I'm gonna put this one. Yep, that should be right. It's proper orientation. Don't need to flip it or anything. Alright. I'm giving it a little bit of padding again, so once I collapse it, I'll be able to grid snap all that. I'm not 100% worried about that, so we got that all done. Good. Okay, so other than that shaded part there, see that whole side there is all this shaded. That's just weird. I'm just gonna blame it as being on just a Radius Max things. Doesn't usually happen, especially on a simple model like this, but the fact that it is, it's doing it on this here. I noticed it as well. Okay. Now what we need to do is collapse all this unwrapping like that. This. Collapse all. Yes. Collapse all. Okay, so that one was already collapsed. For some reason, this is, I don't like how it's showing this is bolted. Is that grouped? Shouldn't be. I don't know why that's bolded. No, I did clone that piece. So that was 6. I don't know if that's why it bolded it. Could be. Usually it doesn't do that when you just clone a piece, but I guess that's why it did it. So it's got the poly rollout. As far as it bolded, it shouldn't be. I'm assuming it's because it's cloned. We're gonna leave that just like that for now. Now on this side, this should already be matched, 100% matched. Now I didn't do anything on this side yet. I'll do that once I collapse all this down. I'm gonna save it just the way it is for now, so I got this to fall back on. Let's just double check something here. So I got all the unwraps out of this here. Unwrap there, there. That do. Yep, just making sure all the unwraps are out. All the pieces here. Go 5, 4. Alright, all the unwraps are out of it. So we're going to save it this way for now. Then what I'm going to do is all the pieces that we got textured for now is I'm going to collapse those all together. This, that, and we're going to make sure we got object 6, object 4. Shoot, I forgot the piece was object 4. Okay, that's the other fence. Okay, just making sure. So 4 and 6. Got it. Alright, so just making sure. Got that. And object 4. So all of that we need to. Yeah, so plane 2 and plane 5 are fencing and our billboard. And we collapse that all together. So yeah, okay. Making sure. We're gonna collapse all this. Put our hammer, collapse. What I'm going to pay attention to is how it breaks up our polys, if it does at all. If it does, then I'm not going to save it that way. I'm not going to do anything further with it that way. Okay, let's take a look at how our polys are. Put this back to the animal poly. What did it do to our poly? So it seems to be still all nice and solid. There's no n-gons into it that it created. Fabulous. Yeah, so we got some back facing, I guess, going with that, and that's rightfully. So if we render that, we should still be able to see the back facing on this railing here. Let's render that real quick. Which we still do, so that's good. Still in good shape there. Now what we'll do with all that collapse like that, when we've confirmed our polygons didn't get split up or cut up or anything like that, so it looks in good shape. Now what we can do is reapply our unwrap with all that collapsed down. Hate when it does this crap. Bugs me when it does this. Don't like when it does this. That means it's doing something funky. What are you doing here? Yeah, it's not doing what I'm expecting it to do, that's for sure. Why are you only applying unwrap to that part? You son of a gun anyway. I'm gonna have to reset this again. Something broke again. Alright, hold on. Reset. That's why I saved it, I guess, before I did that. Now I got something to fall back on. So now that scene that I already saved, fall back on that. Not sure why it did that, but I wasn't liking the result, that's for darn sure. Alright, so this. Alright, so now we got it still all separated out here. We want to start off with, so it might be just the which ones I did, which order that I selected the pieces to collapse them in. That might be what broke it. So we're going to try a different order. So we'll go. We need basically to work with anything but these two planes. So we'll start off with line 1, 2, and 3. We'll collapse that together. And I've shown this plenty of other streams too. Sometimes when you got multiple pieces like this, sometimes it helps to break it down to use less pieces that you collapse together at one time. And I think that's particularly probably what we ran into, that problem there. We had too many pieces that we collapsed all at once, and then it kind of stepped on how it was applying the UV unmap again. Still no slots. Still trying though, I see. Alright, so we got that collapsed. So now we're down to this. Alright, let me re-effect the pivot. Okay, we'll select this, and that. We just broke it up into two different collapse instead of just one big one. Let's see if that fixes our issue. That pivot center. Alright, now we're back to that. All one piece. Let's see if we do the unwrap again. Convert that back to an edible poly. I want to check all of our polys. Make sure they didn't get broke up. Any end guns or anything. We did witness as far as how it did it to this railing over here earlier. I think that was from a previous collapse. Looks pretty good. So we're going to go ahead and reapply our unwrap. There we go, that's better. That's what we wanted to see. So that kind of fixed our issue with how I was applying the unwrap. So because we had so many pieces like that, and like I said, I've shown that before, as far as like sometimes you have to kind of chunk it up on how much you collapse. And so instead of trying to crush all those individual pieces all at once, kind of break it up into a couple different collapses there. So that way, not only will it correct any potential crushing of the polys, you know, to split them up or whatever, but also to be able to apply such things as your unwrap again. That's a pretty good demonstration of that. Yeah, so with the unwrap back to it, we're going to open up this and we'll be able to see where everything is mapped based on putting the texture into it. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Now what we'll be able to do is grid snap. Alright, so yeah, for like this area, for example, see, this is pretty obvious here. So what I'll be able to do here is grid snap to where this one's at, for example. So I'll go into vertex, make sure the grid snap is on, and just snap these all into place. This is just further cleanup of the UV unwrap. Especially when you've got different areas of your model that are mapped to the same area, and you want that to have the same pattern throughout. Now we'll know by grid snapping it like this, you know that they're all lined up properly. It'll be a fluid texture applied on all panels that have that same area of the texture used. And that's why I left that little bit of padding to it, so I can be able to select these individual verts to be able to move them where I need them to go. If I tried to line them up without having all of it in there, you know, at this point here, it would have been a lot tougher to be able to select those individual vertices and be able to grid snap it as such. Oh, this turned out a little bit wonkier than I thought it would, but I still have the option of being able to select these individual verts, snap it like so. And it just cleans up the UV mapping. Makes it look a lot more tidier in this fashion, instead of being all helter-skelter. Okay, so this one, zoom in on this, we can grid snap these. And I left very little grid padding onto this one here, but I got still enough to be able to select that vertex and be able to grid snap it, so that's really all that matters. Now both those panels will match, and then all this here for the railing. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense on why I left that little bit of padding there. I had room to be able to select those vertices and grid snap them just like that. So now it's nice and clean now. We don't have, as we zoom in on this one here, you can see they're nice clean lines. Yeah, even got a little padding between where we mapped this wall to those side walls here. And we still got this area to work with here. Not using this area here at all so far. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Yeah. But this cleans that up a little bit is all. Cool. So that part of the building is done. We'll be able to collapse that mapping. So that part of the building is done. Now the only thing we got left is the actual billboard here with the little plaque above it and the fencing. I'm going to save the scene at this point. We have that. What I still need to do is actually make the backside of this this fence over here, which all I would have to do is detach those, clone it, flip it, and then recollapse it. So as it is right now, we don't have any back faces on this part of the railing. This shouldn't anyway. Yep. Let me finish rendering here. So yeah, we don't have any back faces to that. So let me do that here real quick. I guess I'll only say that. All we need to do is select these polys here, attach them. Cool. And then we need to pivot and center it. Oops, on the wrong piece there, my bad. Back to pivot, center it. Okay, that's good to go. Now what we can do is edit, clone. It is a copy. Okay, now we got a direct copy of that. Now what we need to do is on this object, select those polys, which are already selected from previous selection, flip them. Now we got a direct copy, so we got identical back facing just like the other side as far as like how that's mapped. Now what I can do is collapse all that together. We got line 1, object 1, and object 2. That should be pretty decent enough, I guess, to be able to take our hammer, collapse, select. Pivot, center. We're still good on that. Sweet. There we go. So let's double check our. Let's convert this back over to animal poly. We'll check our polys. How we're doing. See, and this is another reason why I was mentioning, as far as like it would have been a little bit tougher with having those polys so close together. Same as this one here, as I was mentioning earlier, just as far as with this one here. So by keeping them separate, it makes it easier to be able to select those polys to be able to map them, texture map them, I guess, properly. You see, like this one's not too bad actually, but in some cases it can be a little bit tougher to do. Yeah, all these polys are looking nice and clean in comparison to our original model that we went by. No end guns into it. And we'll be able to compare as far as how many overall polys that are in this new model in comparison to the one we used as a donor. And you'll really be able to see, I guess, as far as why that would be not a good thing to do as far as use that model. Alright, so let's save this way. Satisfied with how that turned out. Cool. Now this is going to be our starting point if anything screws up from this point. Alright, so what we want to do now, we want to apply texture to this. And that's all one piece, so that's we'll do individual polys at a time, or at least each side at a time. Let's go like this. Okay. That one is still as a mesh. I'll go ahead and convert that poly. That's fine. Shouldn't need to do any adjustments to it, but it must have been after I collapsed it I did not convert that like I did the rest of it is. I usually like to get into the habit of, after collapsing it, because it'll automatically turn it back to a mesh. If I do need to make any adjustments to it, I like to convert it back to an edible poly. You have much more options as a edible poly than you do as an edible mesh. Okay. That's the only reason why I like to do that. Kind of a personal preference thing. Okay, so with that done, we're going to select all of these polys at once. Actually, that's getting the back facing. Shoot. Yeah, see, I might have to separate these out, actually. See, that's getting the back facing. I don't want that. I want to be able to select those as I... Yeah, so I'm going to detach these. Let's go ahead and do that. So it's easier to select those polys I need to texture map. Yeah, let's see. So let's get that one. Dang it. This is going to be a pain in the butt. I should have kept those. You dirty rat. See, it's getting the back face. I don't want that. I might have to do these independently as far as to detach them. And this is what I was saying. One way to be able to correct this problem is what that was, is add a little bit of thickness, I guess, to that. That would somewhat alleviate, I guess, as far as being able to select these instead of having to detach them all as individual pieces. I guess for now what I'll do is I'll just attach that. Attach that. See, and that's a back face, so I need to get and then attach that. Okay, so now I got them all as separate pieces here. Now what I'll be able to do is take all these individual pieces, and this is all detached from the line 1 object. I'll be able to take all these, collapse those together now and have it separate. Collapse selected. Okay. Enter. Okay. Now I'll be able to map that separate. Once again, I'll go poly. Texture's already applied. All I gotta do now is just apply the unwrap. Bring our texture in. Slide that over. Alright, so now we can do all these polys at once. Exude, and then we're gonna do quick planner, and those need to get mapped to where all the signage is. This side of the sign here needs to get mapped to where all this advertising and sponsors and all that jazz goes. And it'll get retextured, I guess, as far as to put the you know, what's actually on there, I guess, as far as what we're depicting the track, what time frame we're depicting the track. This right here is definitely outdated, but at least give us a starting point. Oops. Bring this out a little bit more. Okay. So there's that. Let's see, let's render that real quick. too chubby. Okay, so we got that UV unwrapped. Now we've got backside to get. That's a separate piece. Should be able to. That's still going to be on line 1. Be able to select. Right out loud. Second. What do our list? Line 1. Okay. Probably get it from this way, maybe. Just go like this. Wait a minute, what happened to... for crying out loud, what did I do wrong? Why are those polys not there? What the heck did I do? Hold on a second. Object 1. What the heck did I do there? Let me hide this. That's weird. Alright, so there's the back face. Why is it not selecting in here though? A separate object? Well, that's the plane too. Duh. Okay. It's like, what the heck's going on there? Yeah, so that's in plane 2. I thought I just oversight. Alright, you got it. I'm Gucci. Alright, so now what we need to do is apply the unwrap to this one. The texture's applied. Open up UV editor. Apply our texture. And the back side of these, I think, is just the black. We can probably bring in our donor model to see what's applied on the back side of that. So for the time being, let's do this. We're gonna hide that. Bring back our donor model. What did we have on the back side? It looks like it's just gray, just like the roof. Okay. Fair enough, alright. Oh, that's line 1. Hide our donor model, bring back our plane 2. Alright, unwrap this. Why is it not showing? I hate when it does this. What are you doing? Oh my god, are you freaking kidding me? Doing this funky thing with the darn... I don't know, we got it anyway. Alright, let's collapse that down. I have no idea why it's doing this crap. Okay, so texture still applied. Let's try to do another unwrap. Okay, let's try it again. Alright. Stop screwing with it. Alright, so now if we go, the editor, and our texture. A lot of it probably has to do with just running out of memory too. Sometimes you just have to dump some of these things out here and reapply it. There we go. So we want to get that, and this. Do them all at once here. And again, there's no particular pattern on this one here, but so we can do them either individually or... Yeah. There we go. So let's get this. The remaining polys that are in here is probably that placard between this bracket and that placard that's there. We're just gonna hide that there for now. We're gonna put this into that gray area. And again, there's no ambient occlusion on this model, so we don't need to be concerned so much, I guess, with overlapping polys. And I'm going to put this, so I already know, as far as the rest of the model, we've got the floor pieces for the wings of that. It was over here. We have the majority of the the main roof, I guess, as far as that takes up this other half here. So I'm just gonna make this, I'm gonna tend, I can see, I guess, as far as the, and just put that like right there. We don't need to have that very big anyway, so that should be good. And we'll be able to check it out as far as once we collapse the whole model and check the whole unwrap there to see if, you know, it would clean it up a little bit better. So there's our backside of our billboard there. Now we need to get this piece here. We didn't put any back face on that plaque there, so that was by design. Now we need to grab this face, do a planer on that, and that's gonna go right where that says race winner. Now in actuality, from what I do understand, I guess they do have actual flames on there, and this has been simulated, I guess, as far as just on a 2D texture. This goes back to what I can remember, I guess, as far as the way this was originally designed. That's why these flames here that are just a 2D picture, I guess, of that, they have actual flames in the actual winner circle, I guess, as far as for that. It's just been simulated here is all. There we go. I want to see, get an idea of where that bracket is mapped to. I'm assuming it's probably the gray as well, so we'll see. Let's go ahead and hide this. And we'll bring back our donor. Get an idea of where that's probably mapped on the original piece here. Yep, so that's gray as well. That bracket. Okay. We'll go ahead and hide this. Unhide. Plane 2. Sweet. Now what we'll be able to do is map that. Now we don't have anything on the bottom. As we select this, so make it dark. Yep, so there's nothing on the on the bottom side of that. And we already discussed as far as why we decided to go with that route, because we ain't gonna see that pretty much. Yep. Now we bring in UV editor. Texture's already there, so there's that. So we go, where's that at? Do a quick planer. There it is. So this bracket we're going to put in the gray area. See, we can make this pretty small. We don't need to have it really big. We'll have it take up an even smaller section of this gray area down here. And we'll be able to reorient this or reconfigure it, I guess, once we check the UV mapping, once we collapse it all down. So it'll make more sense, I guess, as far as to do that. Definitely don't need that much real estate to use that. If it had a particular pattern or some type of signage on it, we would have to be more worried of that, but it's not the case here. We're getting there. We're almost done. A little bit at a time. Everybody still hanging there? Or do y'all fall asleep yet? Okay, so let's collapse all this. And I guess while I'm at it here, I'm going to unhide object 1. That's the other side of that. So now we got all sides of that billboard there. Still here? Alright. Let's check and make sure. You hanging on for dear life? Hopefully it's not that terrible, just as far as Alright, now we only got this to do. So let's go ahead and apply the texture to that. So we're all using the same texture in all of this whole model here. So we'll go ahead and apply that. And what we'll do is we'll map these all pretty independently. Still got this as an editable mesh. We'll do an editable poly. Shouldn't need to do anything, edit it all, but I just like to convert it back, and that's after I collapsed it previously. Now, as this stands here, I mentioned that earlier part, it's easier, I guess, to go ahead and map this side first, get that all mapped to one side, then when you can clone it, and then flip those polys over so that way you have it an exact duplicate of the one side to the other. But it'll be identical on both sides, so of each side of the fence in this case, just like the railings. Let's see. Yep, so we need to unwrap. Open UV editor. Apply texture. Choose the polygon. Do this one here. And I'm going to turn off the other polys. We don't want to see the rest of them. Let's do a quick planar. Now we can see the way it's oriented here, and that's nothing's flipped or upside down or anything like that, so the orientation of it looks fine. Although we actually do need to turn it on its side because the fencing actually is in that orientation, so we need to go like this. And we can see how that's applied. Oops, my bad. Here. So we might need to, so we can see the text is actually facing on this side. Yep, so it's actually going to be that edge, so I think we're going to be alright. Go ahead and scale this down. Yep, I think we should be alright. So it's putting that on this part here, and then we got the black over on this side. I think orientation of it should be good to go. This is the only polys that'll have any transparency to it. So that magenta that's in this area, that's actually going to be masked out. Just to add some clarity, I guess, as far as what's going on with that part of the texture. Alright, let's see how that looks. Alright, so what we might need to do, we have to look at the original model. I think in the way James would have originally done this is some of these smaller sections, we'll use that. And then the bigger sections we'll use this other half. I think that's probably the way he did it, so we'll have to go more like this, for example. Something like that. And it is definitely probably flipped the wrong direction, so we need to have this on the top. Okay, so we'll go ahead and flip it. So it looks like that. We could look at the donor model, I guess, to confirm that, but that's probably the way it needs to go. Okay. And if it doesn't, that's the way it should go anyway. That's my feeling. So let's take a look at this. We'll go ahead and hide this. Oops. Let's hide this for a second and bring back the donor model just to kind of confirm. Yeah. Like that. Got that part on the top edge. That's exactly the way we've got it. Cool. We'll do hide that donor model, bring back our fencing. Cool, so we'll just continue with that same pattern there. Alright, so these smaller sections here are going to use that smaller section in the texture, more than likely. It's going to use this part here as opposed to that bigger section. We do quick planar. I need to turn it this way. Nah, it's pretty interesting. But it's glad to know. I think so. And this I've always mentioned before. It's like, hopefully this gives a better appreciation for those to know that, you know, these items that we experience and witness and observe in a lot of games we play, someone had to create those. They just don't pop up out of thin air. Okay, so in order to line up with this other one here, I'm going to turn that back on. Line it up like so. I'm not taking the initiative, I guess, to grid snap it, although I probably could try. Small section there. See how well that lines up though. Doesn't actually line up too bad actually. Okay, render that. But they don't just magically happen in a game. Like you say, I want it. No, absolutely not. Alright, so that might be a little bit thicker than I want it to be, I guess, as far as on that pole. I might have to, doesn't actually look too bad, that lines up pretty good. Other than that pole, they're just being a little too thick, I think. A little too thick, too many C's in that thickness there. Oops, what's going on? Right, this way. I'm gonna, side would that be on? Is that this side? Yeah. Go like that. How's that look? That's a little better. Not quite as thick. I could add a little bit more thickness on this window. So that would be on this plane. That would be on this side. Hold on a minute. Let me render it from this angle. That actually might be alright when I think of it. Yeah, I think that should be alright. Render it this way. I always gotta check her work just to make sure everything is... Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Now the fact that we're not seeing all this, it's because of those close... the close proximity of the faces that are on that. It's just the way 3ds Max tends to render it. So they're still there, it's just the fact that it doesn't render because they're clipping into each other. That's just the way Max tends to render things. So they're definitely still there. Alright, so we need to get this other piece here. Here. That one, either put it on that smaller section or the bigger section. We'll have to see how it works out here. Okay, go to that. Selective, go calling. Turn it way. Turn off the other. We're gonna see how this looks. Putting this into this bigger section. I'm gonna turn that back on. I can potentially grid snap that all together. Alright, let's see what we got here. Oh, it's gonna do that to me. Okay, I can still see it. Yeah, it's making it dark. Yeah, I think that's just a Max thing. So we gotta flip this one as well. Pretty rotten thing here. Yeah, there we go. Let me render that. Yeah, so it's gonna make that dark for some reason. Okay. Yep, now all I need to do is grid snap it. Now that I got it in the proper orientation. Insert sarcasm, right? That's fair. Alright, grid snap this. Get it all nice and uniformly lined up. Cool. Alright. That should be all uniform with the other panels there. Cool. So that's one section there. So we got the rest of this to go. There's another smaller segment here. Planer on that. Turn it that way. Definitely needs to be flipped. Up on that top side. There we go. And we'll just grid snap this one in. There we go. I think that should work. Oh, that works though. So if we go zoom that in a little bit and we'll render that. See how we look. Kind of hard to tell. So I'm going to change the, hold on a second here. Need to change the background color. Here's this background color here real quick. Lighter color. I'm going to change this ambient. Make it a little brighter too. It's kind of hard to be able to tell where that posted. This still looks a little too thick right here. I might have to adjust that a little bit. We'll get to that. This is still way too thick in comparison to all these other uprights here. We'll fix that in a bit. Alright. Too many C's in that thick there. Go here. Be a bigger section. Do that quick planer. Okay, and then we need to turn it. Whoa, easy. Want that. Make sure I'm not selecting stuff that I don't want. Whoa, easy. This is the step that a lot of novice 3D modelers don't do as far as to come in and actually clean up the UV unwrap, especially when you're working with several different pieces after you collapse it, coming in and just cleaning it all up there just to kind of keep it nice and tidy. This makes it look so much neater when you come in there, especially if you want to adjust things later on. Gotta flip that too. One is kind of a pet peeve of mine, I guess, as far as when modelers don't take that approach, I guess, to. Some might consider it just being OCD, but really it's not. Just a matter of taking a little bit of pride in the work. Yeah, so all these here where it's kind of, yeah, we're gonna have to split that up a little bit differently first. So these posts here, these combining here, that aren't making that so thick. We have enough room in the texture to be able to do that. It's just render that real quick, just kind of see what's going on here. Yeah, so these posts here are definitely too thick in comparison to like these uprights here. We'll have to fix that. Okay, let's see here. Go back into this. Let's see what we got here. So we may not necessarily need to go quite as deep into this here. So let's do a shift drag on the. Bring it to say like there. How does that look? Might have to do the same thing on that smaller piece too. Actually, that should be pretty decent. Yeah, we'll scale that back anyway too. Render that. Cleaning up is key, or should be key in any project? Yeah, absolutely should. It just makes it neater, so like if you need to make adjustments to your texture, it removes any possible warping and things there too. I don't know if in the original model, if those parts there were actually that wide. Let me check the donor model again, just to see. Go ahead and hide this, and then we'll unhide the donor model. Yep, so they're more uniform in size. That's what I was wondering here. So they're kind of more uniform in size as far as the thickness of those uprights. That's what I'm trying to get. Okay. I wanted to double check. Hide that. Unhide. Cool. So they're actually this thickness here on all of them, pretty much. Fair enough. Alright, so... in actuality, I need to make this one on that edge. Okay, close that. Go back to... so that would be this side. Oh, that's that edge. Okay, gotcha. Let me do this real quick. I can grid snap that. That means this is actually got to come out further. Okay. Got it. Alright. Now let's go here and we'll grid snap that. There we go. Oh, you dummy, would you? Goofed. One second. I didn't bring it out that far, so I need to bring this one up. There we go. Did it backwards. So, so I need to bring that vert there and snap that there. There we go. There we go. Now we're cooking with some Crisco. Put some fine tuning to it. Man, y'all are working pretty darn hard on getting that slots. Hey, there's Lady Death. We'll go up to the Lady Death sticking on in there. Ah, we're getting there. Definitely getting there. I think this one might be just a little too thick right here. It'll balance those out a little bit more. So that would be on this panel. Okay, so close that back up. Alrighty then, let's see what we got here. So we got that one should be good there. Oh, I think we need to actually take some off of this. Got just a little bit off of that. Okay. And then also on this one here too, so we need to let's go back into this one. And this needs to scale way back. Holy crap, man, I got it way over here. Let's put it more this way. And what is this one here? That's still one that's not done. Here, let me see if I can move this one out of the way. Move that out of the way for now. Crowding me up here. Not your turn yet. Okay. If I doing the wrong end, I think I probably was. Okay, hold on. How's this end doing here? I might have to adjust this end here. Here. Yep, I'm gonna go this way. So select that one. Protect. Snap that one. Snap that one. There we go. How are we looking now? I think it's still a little too thick. What the heck's the deal? I need to scale it back a little more, I guess. Okay, so let's go. A little more, looks like. Slot shots, all that good stuff. Skull, got nothing. Man, he gets squat. Holy crap. Batting 0 there. Ouch. That hurts. Hate to see it. That's smarts. Naughty bot. Yeah, bot's definitely being pretty naughty, I guess, in that regard. Okay, let's go vertex. Okay, yeah, we look there. I think that's mostly on that end. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, this one's definitely still a little too thick there. There must be more on this panel then. I think it looks pretty good there, so we just need to half it out on this side then. Must be on this side yet. Yep. Can bring this in some more yet. And then that one is which one? That's over there. Okay, cool. Line these all up the same. Alright, which one's this here? That one is there, okay. So it looks like we need to line up this one here. Same level here. Got a lot of cluster F's going on in here, that's for sure. Oof. Not sure which one's which. Hold on. That's the one I want to use. What's this one? Okay, so I want to move. Trying to get which vertex is in. One. To there. There we go. Okay. Now let's see how we look there. Looking a little bit better. Spending a lot of time on this part here. We still got plenty of fencing I guess to do. But I feel much better I guess to take the time I guess to get this part right. So once we clone it, it's gonna be all good to go. And that doesn't look too bad. I'm not too displeased with that. You know, we look on this end. Okay, now we got this piece. Go like that. And we're doing pretty good, other than just doing a little bit of. I'm getting the OCDs are getting better at me as far as texture mapping this fencing here is all. You got any plans there, Lady Death, I guess, for the holiday weekend? I know most most everyone else in here don't really have much in plans, but just curious anyway. It kind of really, in a way, doesn't really even feel like a holiday weekend. I don't know about y'all, but that's kind of where I'm at. You're going to the movies tonight because the theater isn't open next weekend, and the portion of that is it's one of the kids' birthday. Oh, happy birthday to the kiddos! What movie are you going to see? You don't mind sharing? Anything in particular? Jungle Cruise. I don't know if I've heard of that one. I know I went to go see King Kong versus Godzilla. That was one of the first movies I went to go see when the movies theaters opened back up there. That was a freaking pretty badass movie. I ain't gonna lie. I won't spoil it though. It's a pretty darn good movie though. The directors of that movie, they did it some justice when it, as far as the classic Godzilla versus King Kong, movies that we used to watch, as far as the classic ones, and they did a really good job in it. Also, the Mortal Kombat, the modern one that they just came out with, I guess not too long ago, as far as a few months ago, that one as well. I almost wish they would have done the original one back in the 90s in that fashion. It made a heck of a lot more sense. It didn't have as much comedy in it as it did in the one in the 90s. And that's what I really liked about it. They kind of held true, I guess, to the fictional historical story, I guess, behind it, just like Lord of the Rings, that kind of feeling to it. So I don't want to spoil that one either, if anybody hasn't seen that. That's another really good movie to see too, I guess, as far as the most recent Mortal Kombat. It's been between Free Guy and Jungle Cruise. And she picked Jungle Cruise. I don't even know either one of those. I'll be honest. She wanted to see the Suicide Squad. Ooh, that's a pretty brutal one. But I haven't seen the first one, so okay. That's fair. She kind of compromised on it. Suicide Squad, that's really raunchy, I guess it's kind of in a way, as far as like a lot of violence in that thing. It's a good movie, don't get me wrong, but I didn't think the kiddos would be into that type of thing. Yeah, Suicide Squad's pretty cool. A lot of violence in it, like I say. Alright, so we got that piece here. Moving right along. I think we got a pretty good plan going on here as far as how this is all getting applied. Render this here real quick. It's turning 16. Oh, okay, I see. Getting to that age where you can pretty much do what she wants then, huh? So I missed a little bit. I don't have really any post here at all. Okay, let me fix that up. Gotta fix that. Went a little too skinny on that part. That's weird because they do have. Which side is that going to be on? Here, let me zoom in on that. What edge is that? Uh-huh. 16 though. Holy mackerel. Better be careful. You get dangerous at that age sometimes. And by dangerous, it's like just get into things that they shouldn't. Especially the girls. You gotta watch out for those guys. The guys are kind of that. Let's see. that gonna be the side? No. So Control Z. That's gonna be the other end. Okay. So this one I got too skinny, it looks like. Okay. Let's scoot this out. Right? No. What the heck? So no, what the heck's edge is that? Huh. Should be able to do. Yeah. You highlight that one. Okay. Figure out which side. Yeah, that is that side. Okay. I thought so. We just need to stretch this out a little bit more. That part. There we go. There we go. We got a little bit more of a. Alright, let's zoom that back out. Another render of it. Well, we got this little section of fence here to do once we get this all done. This is probably the hardest part right here, is getting all that stuff to line up. That's not too bad. I could deal with that. It's cute. So we don't have the back side of it, we only have the one side of it. That's why some of it's not going kind of blank. We got to get this. Once we get this all texture, we're going to clone that so we can have a back face to all that. Okay. Good deal. Now, yeah, I'd have to say out of the whole model here, this is probably the hardest part, other than having to deal with this this piece over here that turned out to be dark. Trying to figure that out. This is probably the next hardest part here. Out of the whole thing. All right. So select that. Planer. So that'll be another small segment there. Let's see. So that's probably gonna go in this area more. Yep, so we gotta turn it. That way, and then probably have to flip it. Yep. That way. There we go. Slap it up, flip it, rub it down. Who remembers that song? That was something from the 90s as well. I'm trying to remember who it was that actually did that song. Slap it, flip it, rub it down. I need a body bag. Anybody remember that? Uh-oh. Not snapping here. What's that? There we go. Beautiful. There we go. So it took us all the way to get to this section here to actually determine what size we needed to have. All of that to make it nice and uniform all the way across that. Oh, you were looking at restaurants during the theater? Gotcha. It's not really important. I was humming off that one song, I guess, as far as the slap it up, flip it, rub it down. I don't know if you remember that song. Because of what I was doing here to the model here, I was slapping it, flip it, rubbing it down. You know that song? I'm trying to remember who actually did that song. You don't think so? Okay. This is a song from the 90s. Can't remember exactly which year, but I just remember it was the 90s. So it's a better part of, what, 30 years old? Holy smack. Man, I'm getting old. Oops, okay. Come on here. Got a little ahead of myself there. Flip it. It almost rings a bell, but it just makes me think of Whip It Real Good. That's Devo, yeah. Whip it into shape, shape it up, get straight, go forward. Move it. I better not do that because I'll get copyrighted or something. Even karaoke, I guess. Yeah, I don't want to do that. You know which one I mean, though. Alright, so we're on the last segment of fence here. Once we get this all unwrapped here, we'll be able to clone this and flip it so we have it on the other side of it as well. Pretty good so far. Now we do this one. The last section here. Right, let's do that. This will be on the bigger part. We need to turn it. So that'll go on this bigger section here. Now I don't know if it needs to go to that point or this point, so I'm going to initially put it at this point. I need to flip it this way. Okay, cool. Have that on the top side. There we go. So it's looking like I can get away with putting we go like this. Whoops, vertex. That one there. Oh man, how did this get out of whack here? The heck? That one there. Okay. There's some additional cleanup here, so that. There we go. See how that looks. Not too shabby, I'd have to say. Is the Flip It song the one Charlotte with Snoop? I have no idea. That's what I was trying to remember as far as who actually did that song. I don't believe the one that I'm referring to, it doesn't have Snoop in it, that's for sure. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Cool beans. Alright, so now what we'll do is, wait, is this clipping into that? No, it's just the boundary is for the unwrap. No. Cool. Alright, so what we're going to do now, once we're satisfied with the unwrapping for this, we're going to collapse that unwrapping down. Yes, please. And then we want to make sure, pivot, center that. And then we're going to clone all this. Plane 6, cool. Now we'll take plane 6. Take all those polys, drag select those, and they are selected. And F2. So with them all selected there on that one we just cloned, we're gonna flip them. Just like that. So now what we should have is two-sided that are exactly the same UV mapping on both sides, so they'll match perfectly. So we'll do render. May not render it. Yeah, it's good. This is common. This is the way 3ds Max, because you got two opposing sides that are so close together. They tend to break it up like that. So the mapping is obviously still there, because you can see that back facing, I guess, to the fact that it's chunking it out like that. It's just because they're so close together. I mean, they're in close proximity. They're just kind of clipping into each other. So it'll look better, I guess, as far as in the finished model. Hopefully, that's the hope anyway. So there is pretty much our finished model. starting all the way from scratch. So it took us the better part of a little over 4 hours to do that. Granted, we had some issues there, but there you have it. The better part of 4 hours just to get from point A to point B on that. So what I want to do, I'm thinking of this. I need to take a couple of these and collapse those together. So 5 and 6, collapse those together. That's the fencing. And then we want to check out all of our UV mapping, I guess, as first to make sure everything is still nice and clean. So hammer, collapse selected, pivot, make sure that's still centered. Alright, and then what else do we have left here? So we got our plane 2, which should be all of that. Did I collapse that? I don't remember. I think I did. Object 1 I did not. Object 1 is still the other piece, so I need to take plane 2 and object 1 and collapse that together. And again, because they're very close together as far as those opposing faces, the opposing polys, they're clipping into each other, so that's why it's going to do that. As far as, and that's what I was suggesting, as far as to potentially add some thickness to those polys, on the sides, whatever, just to kind of separate them a little bit. That's something that could still be done, but we'll leave it just the way like it was in the original model, and we'll go from there. Whoa, almost got it. I saw that out corner of my eye. Torch almost got it. None of you got a jackpot yet, did you? You come close. That grumpy, stingy bot. Anyway, I'm telling you. Alright, so what I want to do with this, I'm going to combine these two. Get my hammer out, collapse it, select that. There we go. Back to pivot, center that. So now we've got our billboard there. We got our fencing. We're going to actually rename this here. Instead of plane 02, we're going to name this as Vic Board to kind of give some more clarity on our scene here. So once we save it, this will be our fencing. We'll name that as fencing. And then we'll name this as our building. I could shorten it up too, but we'll leave it just like that. That way in our list here we can definitely see what is what. And we also still have our original deal here. So before I collapse this entire model down, I'm going to save it just like this. So we have this as our starting point in case we want to do anything additional or something goes wrong. Okay, so we'll go save and save the scene. There we go. Look at that. That bot, anyway, I'm telling you. Stingy bot. Alright, so what I'm going to do with that save now, I'm going to go ahead and collapse this, and this in that order. Okay. And then we're going to go hammer time, collapse, selected. I didn't see any shift in anything, so that's a good sign. If I saw any, yeah, you'd be able to tell if you collapse it, whatever, you see any shift in polys as far as like if it creates end guns or darkens them up or whatever, anything like that, you want to pay particular attention to that. We didn't see any of that, so it could be in good shape. So other than that same area here that's still dark up there, it's the only thing we should notice. Okay, so now what I'll do is I'll convert this back to an edible poly. We still got that other scene as far as with them all individual pieces there, so polygon, and just double check all these to make sure we don't have any end guns or anything in this there. So what we're trying to eliminate throughout this whole process here. But yeah, we got it's all been nice and cleaned up here, just like we wanted to. That's the whole reason for doing what we did. Fix all this here. I think I did. Don't remember if I went through these walls here, so I might have to clean that up there. We'll be able to check out the UV mapping here in just a second. I'm not 100% dissatisfied with this so far. Alright, so let's take a look at the unwrap. Going to that, we'll open up the UV editor. Bring in our texture. And let's take a look at what we got in here. Oh, it's doing that crap again. Okay, hold on. Collapse that down. Yeah, so it's naming it buildings. I selected that first piece. That's that. Let's do unwrap. There we go. Had to reapply it. Not a big deal. So what I wanted to look at is to see what our mapping looks like. Oh, cry out loud. How you doing? Alright, so bring in the texture. So let's take a look. I don't remember if I did clean up the walls here on the wings. Yep, let's see for now from this point you can see what I was talking about as far as trying to leave these different areas, I guess, as far as I could clean this up. Especially this roof area. But what I can do from here, for example, got this roof area here. We put, that was the floor piece, that was the floor. Yep. I can move this now into a more organized fashion here like this. Well, I did it the way I did it. What else do we have in this part? Okay, this area here, what I tried to do is get it loosely as far as for that back side of the victory board here. I try to center that up in here, so I just did that kind of roughly. So what I can do here, grab these here. This all collapsed. Now I can just kind of adjust that. So I got it pretty close, but it wasn't quite where I wanted. I was trying to get it like right there. I was just trying to guesstimate where that was at. Didn't do too bad actually. So yeah, just kind of do a once over, I guess, on the rest of the UV mapping here. Make sure everything is clean. We don't have any, yes, I think I need to adjust. Oh, maybe not. Like I said, it's all snapped there. That's just part of the railing. It's looking pretty good. As far as with the fencing, whoop. Yeah, so the really only thing that was kind of out of whack was just that back side of the victory board, which we now fixed. So, as far as just a... Now when you come back in here, as far as you ever need to do any texture mapping, as far as to remove any possible warping in the texture onto the model, it's all nice and clean here now. So what I will do with this one, I do this quite a bit too, as far as I'll go ahead and collapse this all down. I'll save this as a separate scene. Only difference is I'll add the tag to it as being collapsed. So I'll have the uncollapsed version of all those different sections that I had as far as for the building, the board, and the fencing, and also this model. So I'll save this as a separate scene. Only difference is I'll add to it on this part, just do collapse. Simple as that. I'll have two separate scenes to be able. So if there is any issue, I guess, as far as upon taking this model from where it's at right now, spitting that out as a 3ds and or pass file, if we create the 3DO and we see any issues with it, we'll be able to go back to either that collapsed model and or that uncollapsed model and make the appropriate adjustments that we need to. So it's better to have more options than one, depending on what you may or may not have to fix or correct. That's it. Just a good little insight, I guess, as far as to have more than one scene that has a collapsed and non-collapsed model, so you can fix individual pieces if you need to a little bit more efficiently. So the next thing I want to take a look at, this is really bread and butter, I guess, as far as what we want to go by to solidify, I guess, as far and justify even as far as everything that we did here in the stream. We're going to bring back the donor model, which is still in hiding here. And what we want to compare, now we can see the differences between the two of them. Obviously there's very little because we've got it exactly conformed to the same size and scale, whatever, as the original. That was one piece that we were trying to accomplish. But also, how many polys do we have in each one? So in our building piece that we have in our new model, we have, select all these polys, Make sure we get them all. So it's still got the donor piece in there, so we're gonna make sure. So in our donor piece, in fact, it might be easier to do it this way. Let's go to the donor piece. We'll hide that there for a second. Take note. You can already tell right off the bat as far as how many more N-gons and you know, just polyfaces that are in this one. There's probably at least twice or 3 times as many. So in this model, you can see how much cleaner it is. That was the reason why we did that, I guess. That's the whole purpose of it. So making sure all these polys are selected, we end up with a total of 58 polys, this entire model. A lot going on to it. We got, you know, back facing and all that stuff for the fencing and stuff like that. 58 polys. That's a pretty reasonable amount for this, the amount of detail that's in this. It's still relatively low poly, what can be considered. Now, if you look at the original model that we went by as a donor, that's going to be at least 3 times as much, or at least twice as much, if not 3 times as much. So if we hide this one, unhide the donor model, okay, and if we go select all these polys, 294 polys. So this is why you don't want to use this particular model based on exporting that out through 3D Sim app. You got nearly, trying to do the math on that, that's 58, that's more than 3 times as many more polys that are in this model in comparison to what we just created. And look at how much detail we were able to maintain. So hopefully that was the whole thing, and I'm really not expecting it to be that much, but when you really consider as far as 294, let's actually do the math. If we take 294 polys in this donor model and divide that into the 58 that we have in our new model, that's over 5 times as big. 5 times is more polys than in the one we just created. And this is why you don't want to create, you want to use models that are exported out from something else like 3D SimEd and put them in your track. If you do that in multiplicity on your track, you're adding so much unneeded and unnecessary polys, I guess, to your models, which already, as I've mentioned, as far as the geometry itself, already has plenty of going on with it in itself. If you creating models or whatever that have all this additional polys that don't need to be there and keep them nice and clean and optimized, you're just doing a disservice, I guess, as far as the creation of that track overall, from the 3D modeling standpoint and the geometry standpoint. So yeah, there's the proof is in the pudding right there as far as the original donor model based on that 3D SimEd export of that 3DO that we, on the original model from the 15 build, 5 times as big, over 5 times as more polys into it. So that was the reason why we took so much time, I guess, to be able to, you know, do it the way we did it. So hopefully that is the main takeaway, I guess, from doing this. So from here, what we'll be able to do, I'm not going to do it in this part of the stream. I'm starting to get hungry myself. So in fact, it took us a little bit more, right around 4 hours, I guess, to do that. We know we had a couple of hiccups in the way this went down. But from here, we'll probably go over this next week, I guess, as far as to be able to spit out the 3ds and or the pass file that we can get the 3DO, I guess, and being able to put it actually into our track. And we'll definitely go over that next week. Should be stream should be still a go, I guess, for next week on of all weeks, is that's going to be 9/11. So not that we haven't done a 9/11 stream, I guess, in the past, but if there's any festivities or anything that anybody's going to be participating in, I guess, in remembrance, I guess, of 9/11, it's very understandable, and appreciate everybody sticking around and guessing, watch me muddle through, I guess, get this, going through the process of getting this model done. Who do we got left in here anyway? Man, you still didn't get none of y'all. Look at that. That bot is being stingy as hell. It just is not willing to give up, I guess, a jackpot. You know what? Yeah, so I would have to mention, gotta kind of pick on you a little bit. So the fact that you got the 2 in a row for Farm Friday yesterday, I think that's what did the. There you go. See, I spoke too soon. See, I got the bot going. I guess, as far as, like, see. What? Right? What was that? What's that you were saying, right? That's funny. See? I kind of knocked some sense into it. I was telling him. And that's even the maximum jackpot too. That is the highest jackpot you can get in the slots. This is the 3 robots, Mr. Robots. 1,000 units of fluid. Now Torch is gonna be like, oh. Torch is gonna be feeling left out now too. So, in any case, so I'm gonna keep this as a kind of a reference, I guess, as far as for that. I'm gonna hide this donor model. I know I've shown that quite a bit before in the past as far as why it is inappropriate and not very good craftsmanship, even, I guess, as far as to take a 3D Sim model, edit it, run all that model, I guess, through 3D Sim Ed, for example. This is the perfect example, but it works much the same way with any other model that you bring in from something else to another thing, to another game or something like that. Chances are you're going to have to recreate the item so that it doesn't have all those, because when you're converting it out from, from one 3D model extension, you know, as far as a file extension like an OBJ to 3ds and back over to whatever, I mean, it's every time you're doing that, it's adding more polys to it. That's really the takeaway, I guess, as far as from all that. Let's hide this. We're going to bring back our original model. And we already saved that as a collapse model, so we're all good to go on that. But that was the true testament, I guess, as far as like, and look at how clean it looks. And it'll look probably even better once we get it in the track. But I'll go, like I said, I'll go over that all next Saturday for our, I guess it'll be our 9/11 stream, I guess, for Spline Design Studios Saturday. I appreciate everybody sticking around here. It's kind of a quiet, you know, really chillaxing, and I kind of dug it. I'm happy, I guess, to get this model and take as long as it did to do that. I'm just taking a look here real quick to see if there's anyone in particular that I feel like sending a raid off to. Just give me a moment. It's got the Spline Design Studios. So some of the things that I was going to go over here, I was hoping maybe to get to the scripting. I'll probably go over most of that, I guess, as far as next week, because we do have, and Torch got his one self though too. So yeah, I told you Torch was probably feeling left out there, but the fact we got 2 Mr. Robotos in a row, holy crap! Holy mackerel! Lady Death's turn. I'll keep it up here for a little bit, I guess, as far as if Lady Death wants to take a... Nope. Nope. Poor Lady Death. Feeling left out here. You know what? This is the kind of thing I can usually leave in reserve here, to be honest. So let me do this here real quick. Just give me a second. This is what I like to do in reserve, I guess, sometimes. For everybody being a really good sport. For just... sticking it out with me, I guess, as far as on this process, I guess, of doing the 3D model, keeping me company and everything like that. What did I do with it? Hold on a second. Yeah, fluids, there we go. I gotta bring this over here real quick. So, for everybody that's still in the stream and still hanging out with me, let's do this. I like to keep it fair, right? I'm not gonna play favorites or anything like that, but give me a second. I'll have the bot give everybody. Yeah, I think that'll work. We'll give everybody this right here. How about that? Did that work? It did not work. You son of a gun anyway. Come on, bot. What are you doing? Did they change that again? I bet you they probably did. You son of a gun anyway. Let me try it over here real quick. Got my stream deck. Why did that not work? You son of a gun anyway. Are you kidding me? So I know Streamlabs has been doing a lot of funky stuff, I guess, with their maybe I might have to do them individually. That's super sad. Well, wonder if it's just the bot that doesn't want to do it. Hold on a second. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. I'm still here. Don't worry. I need to see what's going on with that. So I don't know if it's just the bot itself that's being crazy. Let's try this over here again. Let's do it like this. Try to be nice, and it just wants to cause me problems. I don't know if it's just not letting me do it in there. So let's do this. Right this way. Will that work? Yep. So it does work on that way. So it just doesn't want to work in the bot for some reason. There we go. I was trying to tell the bot to do it. Yep, you sure did. That's why I'm trying to slap him up a little bit. I'll have to, yeah. Oh, Torch did that. There we go. So everybody's a winner in here. Regardless if you were able to get a jackpot or not. Just giving everybody 1,000 units of fluid. I guess just for being good sports. Torch, Yasso, Lady Death. Again, appreciate you sticking around, I guess, as far as watching me muddle around, I guess, through here. And feel free to stick around, I guess, for the host at the end of the stream here. I'm just going to go ahead and just host on, do what I consider to be a soft raid. And we'll see you again. Next stream should be on... I know with the holiday weekend here, as far as being on Monday, might be a little tough, I guess. I was kind of thinking about possibly squeezing in a makeup modeling Monday, I guess, as far as for that. I don't know if I'll do that. I'll probably reserve that, I guess, for another time. So if nothing else, it'll be on Tuesday for trucking. Wyoming will be released out there, I guess, by then. So if nothing else, it'll be by Tuesday. It'll be the next stream on the channel. So again, for anybody that is lurking in the channel there, if you're catching this, if you want to catch that action, I guess that is with the trucking on Tuesday. Get some loads, I guess, going into Wyoming, which will be dropping, I guess, on Tuesday there. Feel free to drop on in and make sure you hit the follow button and get all the notification when it's live. Social links in the channel, as well as bot put it out there, I guess, as far as you are. Feel free to check those out. We got the Rock Nation Discord. I'm on the Twitter, and we also got our Spline Design Studios Facebook group page. Those are our forums for the website, splinedesignstudios.com. Y'all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. And we'll see you again real soon. Bye for now.